गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे ठा ठा करके
सुनिया कि तेरी गेम बड़ी स्ट्रॉन्ग पंगा ले यानी तू मुंडे नाल रॉन्ग मेरे उत्ते तेरा चलना नहीं टैक टैक दिल रखा विच बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट मुंडा देसी ना मैं बर्गर बॉय बंदा मार दे मैं पुछदा नहीं वाई टेलीस्कोप विच होया जेड़ा फोकस हेडशॉट निशाना एडा चौकस बैकी आया पैराशूट ते like I'm falling out of love जीवे तेरी सोचा तो above जीवे तेरा चलना ही
गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे ठा ठा करके
Oh boy, don't cry. तेरी बातों से तू लगता है हाय कर ले तू चाहे जितनी भी ट्राई तेरे जैसे कई आए I'm a queen, मेरा सीन करे बात मेरी M16 Knock out करूँ दिल I'm so mean तू भी बचेगा नहीं कर ले यकीन तेरी गेम को मैं रूल करूँ ऐसी बातें ना फजूल करूँ बिना चिकन डिनर कभी हार ना कबूल करूँ कभी हार ना कबूल करूँ
तेरी अखियां दी गोलियां भी सह गया तेनू लगेया कि तेरे ते मैं रह गया and you thought you knocked me out मैं तस्मा जो बंद करन लई बह गया एडा सौखा नहीं कुड़ीए हराना मैनू 10 साल तो मैं जानदा ज़माना मैनू मेरे लिखण दा एहो जिहा स्टाइल जिवें हत्थ विच पड़िया मैं PUBG मोबाइल चाचा लिखां गाने राउंड जिवें खाली करा गल सीधी सीधी करा ना ख्याली करा मेरा स्वैग देसी मुंडा मैं ओरिजिनल कदी फ्लैक्स कुछ बन के ना जाली करा बैकी है पैराशूट ते like I'm falling out of love जीवे तेरी सोचा तो अब जीवे तेरा चलना नहीं वाली
अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे ठा ठा करके
Game over. Freestyle. Oh yes, definitely. With the incoming of Wasi and Malik, the duo look absolutely good in touch form. Now it all comes down to if they adapt to the incoming next 17 team. It all comes down to that.
Exactly. I mean, the competition is definitely going to be tough. And one thing that we've seen Freestyle struggle with quite a lot in their recent tournaments is the firepower. Have they fixed that? That is going to be the big question this time.
Definitely, they have been lacking so much in the past itself. But as I just mentioned, with the addition of Wasi and the other player, if they coordinate pretty well, I see them in the top 5 at least.
Exactly. But there is additional pressure on Freestyle. Let's not forget, this is the same team that represented Pakistan in the World League at one point. So hopefully they perform in this PMPL as well, and for that we wish good luck to Team Freestyle. Team Regicide. A very well-known lineup as well. They have been participating in the competitive scene for a long time, but the results, they haven't been what they expected.
I mean, that's kind of a thing. They have 3 pillars for themselves in their own differentiation. You can call them a well-known lineup, you can call them an experienced lineup, you can call them a dark horse as well because of the gameplay that they put on the table. We know with the likes of players like Johnny, not the one though. When we talk about the players like Johnny and Waz, who is actually firing up on all the cylinders right now, can showcase his worth once again when it matters the most.
Exactly, and the reason we expect Regicide to be really good this time is because in their history, in the past, the main concern for this team was gunpowder, and Waz is here to deliver. So to Regicide, we wish them good luck for the matches. Hopefully we see them in the final.
PMPL exclusively for Pakistan. A chance to push your limits. The squads are ready to turn their dreams into reality.
It's our chance to reach the biggest.
It's time to enter the dawn of new champions.
Let the action begin.
Well, welcome ladies and gentlemen to PMPL Pakistan spring season here. Of course, powered by Oppo and that sleek F21 Pro coming by soon. Talking about coming by soon though, Blotter, we've really got this third week sneaking up on us. We're on day 2 of the league stage already and it feels like it's all gone by in a breeze.
Absolutely has. I mean, yesterday's 5 games, they were so incredible. And again, we saw teams that really had to deliver a performance, and they did so yesterday. I just hope that today ends up becoming something of on the similar lines. But you and Fixes have been mentioning throughout the past 3 weeks that, just wait for that third week, because that is where the teams are going to get into quite a lot of chaotic plays. And so, yeah, I'm eagerly waiting for that as well.
Yeah, exactly. And me too. I really want to see teams that are in that bottom half. How will they make that final push towards really that super weekend? Can they make it happen? All of those questions, we're going to get answers today, Blotter.
Absolutely, that is going to be the case indeed, where these teams, the 20 teams, are going to be playing 4 games. 5 games in total will be played throughout the day, 4 games per team. And after that, we shall have the top 16 teams moving into the final Super Weekend right here at PMPL Pakistan region. And again, with that, we'll also get a basic idea and a hint to what are the teams moving into the grand finals.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be a very interesting affair. Like you said, today is going to effectively set the stage for which teams do end up going into those grand finals, because if we've got any of the teams that did not make it to both super weekends getting out today, it's quite unlikely, that they're able to push forward into the grand finals, especially if those teams are TMW or 3x Esports, because they haven't had the greatest of showings in the super weekends they respectively played. So really, I think both of these teams, they cannot afford to let go today whatsoever, because when you look at our format, you'll realize why these super weekends are so important, Blotter. We've got 3 weeks of league stage, each leading into one super weekend, and in the super weekend, you garner those points to try and make it into the top 16, which gets you in the finals.
Absolutely, and again, when it comes down to the previous 2 weeks, again, every single week, we've seen a different playstyle being utilized by the side of these teams in the league play days, and a complete different mindset and change of philosophy itself when it comes down to the super weekend itself altogether on the battlegrounds. So this week being the critical one, the penultimate one, where these teams are going to have to capitalize, otherwise their opportunity is gone down the drain for the next basically they're going to have to wait till the next season. So yeah, very much a lot of things that are going to be on the line for them.
Absolutely, and along with all of that, it is going to be this massive, massive prize pool here. You make it to the top 16, you automatically get a chunk of that prize pool, even if you finish in the 16th spot, right? So that adds on to the motivation for these teams to try and make it, and even take a shot at that prize per winner chicken dinner that we're going to have later in these super weekends. The final week, of course, with respect to the super weekends, to try to make that happen. So even more reasons for team to really just give it their all today. They've got to make it into super weekend number 3.
They definitely should, and they ought to utilize those opportunities. But again, as you perfectly mentioned, that prize pool divided among 16 teams. So that means amongst the 20 teams total that are playing, 4 of them will sadly not be able to participate. And today we'll definitely get closer to the answer as to what, or rather which are those 4 teams going to be. There's still going to be a little bit of a speculative ground to cover, because a few of these teams, based on the stats, are looking like they're not going to make it. But hey, again, those X Factor plays is what this lobby is known for from the side of Pakistan region, and that is what I'm hoping that they'll be able to deliver for themselves.
Yeah, exactly. And that's where you can see every single one of these teams, they're going to have something to say in that. They're going to have something to really prove coming into today. The question is, can they get it done? Especially from Group A, you notice TMW is a team that we've got to keep our eyes on. Haven't really found their form at all in PMPL Pakistan, I would say. And honestly, with today, it's now or never.
It definitely is now or never indeed. And that again can be said for so many individual teams. See, just to kind of just summarize it all together, right? Say, correct me if I'm wrong once again, but week number 1, we had a different set of teams making the mark. Week 2, we saw a completely different turmoil being showcased from the other teams in the lobby. And week 3, again, a very important week where we did see in the league play, day number 1 itself, a lot of comeback stories. Regicide walking away with that. FMxR3D walking away with a really good game. TUF, they are on a completely different ladder altogether. So let's not mention the teams that are looking comfortable, but rather talk about the teams that have a chance. But it is going to be them utilizing every single second of the battleground for their own.
Yeah, exactly. You've got to make every single opportunity count. And Even teams like XGeneration, they're going to be under the radar. Group E arguably has the most number of teams that are under the radar with 3x Esports, 4BTFD, North Esports, and Regicide. Albeit, I will say Regicide, they got that chicken dinner yesterday. They are looking much better as a whole in that regard. So really pressure that much more on teams like 3x. And as you can see, even in the overall rankings, we got TUF leading the charge, 0 chicken dinners, but tied with SALTxi8 in terms of points. Placement points gets them that #1 slot. And really, the rise of TUF, I think, is inspiration for all of those teams trying to still find their form.
Definitely, and again, the same can be said for the side of Magnus Esports as well, where we did see the side of Magnus Esports in week number 2 kind of stumble a little bit, but overall, when it comes down to their performance, of course, they are able to capitalize those opportunities and get them working for their side. So again, looking very comfortable is going to be that side. But moving on to the second page of the leaderboard, now this is where things get really critical. I mean, the grounders, they've got a lot to cover. XGeneration, they're trying their level best, but then comes in the teams like, Team QWERTY, Clarity Esports, Freestyle, Team H2E, all in a line like that. It is, there's just not what was anticipated. But hey, today again, they've got the opportunity once again, or rather one final time perhaps one would say, to be able to capitalize the 4 games and jump into the top 10 position.
Yeah, and we'll have to see can they get it done. And I think another surprising team that is in that bottom is Quraysh Esports. Had a resurgent week 2, really stepped up. Even in the Super Weekend, were able to get over a couple of teams in their progress. But coming into week 3, bottom of the table with just 5 points picked up in their first 50% matches. Not looking so great. Again, a team that has only played 1 Super Weekend, so they need this Super Weekend in the bag. They need to get off to a good start from the very first match.
They definitely do, mate, but it is going to be tough. It is going to be tough for Quraysh because, again, you try and summarize those stats. The side of that team is, never mind that conversation because right now we've got FMxR3D's head-to-head on our screens compared week 2 versus week 3, and look at that stark difference right there. 8 matches that they played in week 1 compared to the 4 matches itself that they've taken yesterday clearly showcases their prowess in the game and the battleground itself. But all I ask is this recovery a bit too late, I wonder?
Yeah, exactly. Is it a little too late? You have to wonder. But I think really, as long as they're able to, secure their spot in the Super Weekend, their destiny is in their own hands, and that's what they'll want going into the Super Weekend as well. But you can see with respect to the highlights from yesterday, it did look like in certain games, FMxR3D, the one we were all hyped for, was back. We saw a lot more conviction from them, a lot more decisiveness, and all of their plays made together as a unit, which is the most important part.
Exactly, and again, that synergistic play is so very crucial when it comes to the battleground indeed, and that is something that we saw from the side of Hassan as well as Pika, along with, of course, Anubis and Shaw as well, a little bit here and there. But overall, Hassan OP and Pika, they were just popping off a lot of incredible plays for the side of this team, along with, of course, we did see Anubis chiming along, and again, these are known names. You talk about, of course, the incredible plays that they've showcased in the history. This team, they know how to play the game, but this is something that I kind of touched on the topic yesterday with the fixes as well, that, earlier in the Pakistan lobby, we used to talk about only few select teams, but now so many others have risen up to the occasion, and they actually are worth it as well. They play like champions. So, yeah, it's not just 1 or 2 teams now, but a couple of them that definitely are going to be making a run for the gun to get those points for themselves.
Yeah, exactly, and it's really quite enlightening to see those teams be able to pull it off. FMxR3D, you can see, had a very rocky week 2. All bottoms in that regard, but day 1 it was all the way up, and they'll be hoping it continues to be all the way up coming into day 2, because I think really, again, a team that has continuously caught our eye with respect to the fact that they are one of the invited teams, but have just not been able to play to the mark of, say, a SALTxi8, or even if SALTxi8 is a little too high to achieve, at least the way Clarity have been playing in that consistent manner. And I think finally FMxR3D rising up to that expectation and delivering. Now the test becomes, can you do it in the second day as well, where teams are really going to play like they have nothing to lose?
Damn, dude, I don't know why, but every single time I have a conversation with you and Fixes, somehow along the line, I end up feeling like I'm a pessimist or something. Because, as you bring up all those wonderful points, I bring up another clause altogether. Look at Regicide. Yesterday they had, yes, a phenomenal game right there, right? We did see them in that, I believe that was the 3rd game if I'm not mistaken. No, second game, Miramar game, right? Where they walked away with a chicken dinner and 15 elimination points. But after that second game, we did not really see a resurgence from the side of regicide, and that is something that is going to be so very critical, especially based on the fact that these teams have not been consistent throughout. I mean, FMxR3D, regicide, I'm talking about both of them. And yesterday, of course, along with that regicide's play, we did see FMxR3D also get a really good game. But now today, they have to be on that high horse. They have to every single map, because there's only 4 games. And they go by real quick once you jump into the lobby.
Yeah, exactly. It becomes quite a volatile affair in that sense. But I think I will again give props to that side. Team that didn't make it to Super Weekend 2. Clearly showing up with the fact that they have improved to a large extent and are getting the benefits of that. Now, having said all of this, I think what is extremely crucial, Blotter, is for all of these teams to ensure that they don't fall behind. I think today is going to be a lot different than what we saw yesterday. We're going to see teams playing a lot more cautious in some ways, but also a lot more free in others, and that's where regicide have got to make sure these kind of performances don't show up. Like, look at the high highs they have, immediately followed by the insane lows, and they had that high yesterday. They can't have the rut of insane lows follow today.
That is so true. But again, I mean, as you look at these graphs, this actually reminds me of a couple of other teams as well. The Grounders, H2E, Magnus. These teams have had this sort of a graph itself. I mean, you talk about H2E. At one point of time, that team was sitting on the second in the overall ranking. I mean, where you've got in the lobby the teams like SALTxi8 and whatnot. So, yeah, it is definitely looking like a tough situation for so many of these teams, because they have the what do you call it? They've got the ingredients, right, basically, to be able to capitalize on those situations, but that consistent approach, that is difficult, and that only a few teams are able to capitalize upon.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why those few teams are gonna run away with a lot of the things compared to week 1, week 2, coming into week 3. This decides effectively your grand final spot, right? So you've got to make sure that you don't leave it up to chance. You don't really rely on another team to give you that value. Instead, focus on your own capability to make it happen, and that's where another team we're going to have our eye on is Grounders. Now, Grounders, Blotter, week 1 league stage, not the greatest of starts. They more than compensated for it with a very good performance in the first Super Weekend, but since then they've fallen off the radar. Week 2 was a bit of a wishy-washy, but coming into week 3, you can see already their stats in 4 matches looking considerably better than they had in all of the 8 matches in week 2.
Yeah, but it's still not enough. What do you think? See, I mean, again, you talk about the 4 games that they've played compared to the 8 games that, of course, were played in week 2. 5.1 points average, and then 7 points. Again, they can do much better. They can definitely do much better. As of now, I believe this team is sitting on that second page, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, I mean, nothing taken away from the side of the Grounders as well. Yesterday also, we did see them capitalize on certain situations and, of course, get into some pretty precarious situations where they were not able to walk out of. But overall, it is still a very big possibility for the side of this team to make it into the top 16.
Exactly. Possibilities are limitless when it comes to our final day of this week 3 league stage. And we'll have to see which of these limitless possibilities does end up working out. Where in this multiverse of madness, really, we see teams really rising up out of the radars and proving themselves that they most definitely deserve to be in those finals. And that's why I want to see a little bit of targeting. I want to see teams try and maybe even target teams like TMW and 3X, who as long as you keep those teams out of the Super Weekend, you're effectively guaranteeing yourself 1 extra slot up above.
You definitely are, and that's going to be, again, so I mean, it's that comfort zone that you find yourself, and that is going to be so very important for whichever team that finds themselves in that comfort zone. But yeah, easier said than done, because again, the pressure levels are going to be high. You've got again, the opportunity, of course, for the Super Weekend, but along with that, the bigger opportunity to move on into the grand finals itself, be a part of that massive prize pool. And again, if you're really good, then even represent Pakistan. So yeah, the pressure level is definitely going to be peak in the charts when it comes to these teams today.
Oh, most definitely, Blotter. And really, that's in that pressure with their backs against the wall. I want to see which team is able to rise up, because many a times I've witnessed this where a team is down in the gutters, but they pull off an insane performance at the last moment, and then that momentum carries over to the most important part of the tournament. With our third Super Weekend and finals coming up, there hasn't been a more important part of the tournament just yet, so I'm sure there are teams out there who, with their backs against the wall, will be able to bounce back. But with that, let's have a look, of course, at our match schedule today. We're going to have 3 Miramars and 2 Erangels, Lotto.
Absolutely, and just to add on one name to the conversation that you were having, MetershotxSKY Esports. MetershotxSKY Esports is a team that yesterday were able to steal the chicken dinner away, right, from FMxR3D. Yep. This is a team that yesterday it was so very crucial for the side of MetershotxSKY Esports, because they needed those points. They were just part of this their first ever Super Weekend in week number 2. And I definitely want to see this team make a comeback in this third Super Weekend as well. And they definitely are on the rise. But today is a different day. Today is different energy in the lobby itself. And I'm definitely looking forward to those X-Factor plays being showcased from some of them. Let's see if that'll be played, or are these teams still going to be playing a very synergistic, fanned-out approach and keeping it very safe as they progress along?
Yeah, exactly. Teams do have a wealth of options to try and enable themselves to the maximum of their potential and their extent. Right. Coupled with the fact that we've got 3 Miramars today, I really think teams are going to be a lot more cautious with the way they approach things, a lot more safe, very rarely taking unnecessary fights, and that's where every single error that you make, every single outplay that you make impacts your team that much more. You make a small error, you're suddenly down to 3 men, you're looking very bad in each lobby, right? And each lobby matters today, but similarly, you make an outplay happen, you get your team a situation that wasn't supposed to be, and suddenly you're rewarded beyond the wildest of your dreams.
True that. That is so very true indeed. Right, so that takes me back to yesterday's game where we did have MetershotxSKY's one final player who, without getting a single elimination point, was able to get his team all the way up to the, I think, 3rd position, if I'm not mistaken. And that, again, clearly showcases that, yep, there are those of the teams like that who are just trying to, utilize whatever chance they possibly can to just be a part of that Super Weekend.
Yeah, exactly. I think for a lot of teams, it's just about taking it step by step, and really trying to maximize whatever they can along the way. But with no further ado, I think we are just about ready with our match. So we've done a lot of discussion as to where we can expect the resurgence, where we can expect the comeback. I think one thing we can expect for sure is SALTxi8's domination. But having said that, I want to see, can TUF continue their rise and continue to prove themselves as one of the very top teams to look out for going into the grand finals?
Well, let's definitely find out and keep our fingers crossed that might be the case. On the other side, talking about teams that are really well known, apart from, of course, FMxR3D or regicide, is going to be Freestyle and, of course, QWERTY. Now, both these teams are sitting on that second page on the leaderboard, right? They're so very close on the, I think, 12th and 13th position, respectively. I might be wrong about that, but nevertheless, they're on that second page, very close to the 16th position. Not the kind of play that we anticipated from their style. And again, this is something that Fixes mentioned so perfectly. In week 1, QWERTY Esports, Freestyle, they were playing a wonderful YOLO game. They were in control. They had no second thoughts. And then as the league progressed on, right, this is something that needs to be actually addressed. When it comes to these players, of course, these are all human beings as well. So in the end, when you start off a new tournament, you're jumping into the battleground with just your own prowess. So you're pumped up, you're hyped. You know your team synergy, you know the strengths that you have, and you just go on YOLOing and just completely start pincering down your opponents as the opportunities arise. But from that game to the next day, through the next week, you start getting into those mind games, and that's where things start faltering as well, as teams start second-guessing their own statements.
Exactly, and you can't have that second guessing, you can't have that lack of decisiveness today as we get started with our first match. All the way top to bottom here in Miramar, we've got a vertical flight path coming in and teams fanning out from the very start. Now, with regards to drop contestations is where immediately keep your eye around that eastern area, because seeing a lot of teams head on to it, Hacienda del Patron, even El Azhar, maybe even Junkyard, and we'll have to see which teams do end up being the ones that change their location just to contest another.
Well. For now, this is going to be the final league play right here at PMPL Pakistan region, and it is, of course, a big thanks to Oppo F21 Pro. That is a wonderful beast of a mobile phone, a smartphone that is going to be released, the official smartphone for PUBG Mobile Pakistan region right here. And again, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe it's slated to be released on 11th. And we're getting close, dude. We're getting real close. 5 more days.
Yeah, exactly. We're getting real close. The grand finals, as well as that grand
Exactly.
Oppo F21 Pro launch. You got to make sure you don't miss either of them.
That is so true. Dude, I'm going to be actually calling out Fixes. You know, Fixes said that he is getting that thing as soon as 11th comes. I'm definitely keeping an eye out for that.
Yeah, likewise. We'll have to see if Fixes actually stands by that statement. I think he will if he just gets it, because, you know, it is going to be high demand. We'll have to see. Either way, talking about high demand, I wonder. I did see an early skirmish, but I didn't see any knocks. But there's only 63 people in the lobby, so is one team playing with just 3 members? Huh?
Okay, yeah, that definitely seems to be the case. Probably likely to be the case. Definitely could be Team QWERTY. That's the only team that has actually played with a 3-man squad in this league as of now. Or at least that's the only team that I've noticed who were the ones playing with the 3-man squad.
Yeah.
But let's see what team is that going to be as soon as the directors take us to the map view, and that is where we shall have a look at all the teams that are part of the lobby. Of course, we shall confirm our doubts as to if it is that team or is it a completely different beast altogether. But right now, yeah, Team QWERTY actually have all 4 players. Khan is here, so no idea who it is.
Quite curious. We'll let you guys know as soon as we find out. It's going to be an interesting case because, you know, again, it's the last day of league stage. There's very little that I can imagine that should keep you from this particular arena. But hey, we'll have to see. For now, freestyle in their standard drop with nobody to contest anywhere around them will mean they get to just comfortably go for the looting. But again, the area I was talking about at the start of the match, Blotter, Hacienda del Patron, is where a huge collection of the teams are standing right now. You got QWERTY, TMW, Star and MetershotxSKY all in that tiny area. So, I mean, I say tiny, it is Miramar, it's quite huge by nature. But at the same time, like, I think the point being that right now, for a lot of these teams, it is the case where the simple fact that you're continuously in a position where you're not able to really move around, you're forced to be stagnant, it becomes a big issue.
It does. It definitely does. And you need that momentum boost, you know, to be able to not only get decent points for yourselves, but jump into a fight, you know, and have that sort of a confidence. And all of that is only based on momentum. Once that momentum is taken away from a team, it becomes really tough. And it becomes, again, it goes into the mind of the players. And it becomes a mind game more than anything else to be able to overcome and still believe and still push on and still deliver those sort of massive blows. And yeah, and that is something that maybe is the reason why Team QWERTY, Clarity, FS, as well as H2E find themselves on the 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, respectively.
Quite possibly so.
The second guessing.
Exactly, Doctor. That second guessing can be the downfall of many a crew. Right now, Team Grounders, though, not much to second guess. They're in Crew de Valle. With just some comfortable loot, should be able to get into that Hacienda del Patron area where they will get an opportunity to potentially third party a lot of fights if they play it patiently enough. MetershotxSKY, though, one of the teams in Hacienda del Patron right now, and this is what I mean. Even though it looks tiny by nature, you can see on MetershotxSKY's map, we don't see any other player nearby, and that really speaks to the size of Miramar altogether.
Exactly, it speaks volumes when it comes down to the map of Miramar indeed, because again, you've got so many tiles spread all across this, and the battleground definitely is not easy to traverse as well. And again, when it comes down to these teams, I mean, they all have their different plays. As we can see, XGeneration have a 2-man split going on as they try and cover more ground. Same is the case for the side of Clarity as well. And again, when we move on down to the known teams with their own drop locations, there is going to be, of course, SALTxi8 looking very comfortable at that Los Leones. And this time around, Team TUF are not being the ones who end up poking the Lost Leones position.
Okay, and look at this. Ash, he's gonna get caught out by the spray. Oh no, God, you had so much time to plan that and land that, but it's a nope. It's a no pity. Nope. God Fury with a bit of a whiff there, missing first blood.
Yep, and with that we also get the answer that it is the side of Star, who have jumped in with a 3-man army when it comes to this first game of the day.
Yeah, now look at this. Again, MetershotxSKY, TmW quite close to each other, but TmW, they're in that 2-2 split, so they're gonna have to be the ones being extra careful about how they proceed. But there's swaths of land between them and their opposition, so currently they're not as concerned as they might normally be. But having said that, again, what is especially key is that you maintain that fact. You know, you don't just give it up just because you're safe. You don't turn off. You have the awareness on 24/7. And talking about that awareness, God Fury missed one opportunity. Will he miss the second? We'll have to see, because he's got another one right here, right now, with Mary right under him, but doesn't know exactly where just yet.
Absolutely. Things are off to a slow start, of course, but alright, my word. Team Star getting caught, TmW being the ones taking on those early skirmish shots, and it is going to be Team Star kind of struck a very weird position, because one side is going to be Metershot, and Mary's definitely waiting to get that elimination point for himself, who's so very close to be able to actually confirm that as well. But right behind, we can see in the minimap, is going to be the side of TmW.
Yeah, and quite curious that TmW is actually going in for the push in. They want these eliminations right here, right now. We talked about teams like TmW and 3X getting off to a strong start, and they're trying to make it happen. Big Boss providing the cover while this 3-man unit moves in. God Fury's elimination has been secured. Sultan will as well, and it seems like it's buy one, get one free, because they buy the eliminations of Star and they get MetershotxSKY free potentially, because Mary's still stuck. Look at where he is. He's stuck behind this rock, just praying that they don't check.
Exactly, but on the minimap, actually, his teammates have arrived as well. So for the side of MetershotxSKY's Mary, he's got a little bit of a cover from his teammates, but it seems like TmwEsports have a different thing in mind, where that cover itself will not really be able to do much. But again, I mean, that spray also did not really do much, but overall, it definitely did let the team of Metershot know that you better be careful. You cannot be running out in the open, because there is a team around in the vicinity, and it is going to be the side of TmW. But even though that perfect spray coming in from the side of SALTxi8 was able to deliver a lot of damage, was not able to get that elimination point or a knock as of now.
And I just noticed, to add salt to Star's wounds, they were the team with the 3-man squad plotted.
Yeah, Star is, exactly.
That feels bad, man. You've lost 2 members already. You started with 1 less member in the first place, and now Hunk left to pull off a Hulk's job, really, right here, as a 1-man member in this massive 60-man lobby that we've got right now. And we'll have to see if he can do it. Honestly, looks quite unlikely given the area he's into, and with the circle shifting towards that western side, he's going to be the one making the move. You know, the circle isn't really helping him out either, so most likely the end of Team Star right here. But we'll have to see, do the rest of the teams end up paying because of it? Because MetershotxSKY, TmW, all of these teams are going to end up running into teams like XGeneration and QWERTY, who made the early rotations into the current circle.
That is so true, of course, and that's definitely going to be... Ouch! Ooh, he just got saved! He just got saved. Alright. There we go. JD was almost falling to his death. It seemed like he definitely was. I mean, he was getting a little too greedy. He seemed to have gotten that knock on Quantum Rage's player, but as he tried to transverse all of the hills that he's climbed up on top, it is the same thing that will maybe be his fall. But again, with his teammates falling back, as we can see, the greens that are jumping in to the minimap now, we do have XGeneration taking on the players of Quantum Rage. But on the other front of the game altogether, we've got Magnus going up against the side of FS.
And I'm loving this team's a lot more free actually in their approach. They're going for the aggression. They're doing so together, don't get me wrong. They're quite tactical in their approach, but just that little bit of aggression, it shows that the fact that this is the last day of the league stage has only buoyed these teams further to give a better performance. Now Magnus moving in on freestyle. They found the Nox. Tyrant left on his lonesome. He's got pressure from the bottom and his left now. Molotov coming in as well. He's got nowhere to lie and hide. He's going to get burnt down, and so will the rest of his team. Freestyle down 3. Nox is all left to just one player to try and make something happen, but Black is nowhere nearby, which means his team members are going to be ripe to feast for Magnus Esports.
Oh man, this is not what you do. This is just the worst day you push. I mean, given a clear opening to your opponent team, getting bunched up to get damaged altogether. This is not the freestyle that we have seen earlier. This is definitely a freestyle that is stuck in their heads quite a lot in terms of the way that they are making those decisions and in those fights on the battleground. On the other front, for the side of Magnus, I mean, yesterday momentum is definitely working for their side as they push on along. Yesterday's first game, they walked away with that chicken dinner, and again, I mean, that momentum is definitely steamrolling across in this day number 2 as well.
Most certainly. And now XGeneration. Ooh, they spot out one player. He's quite far away though. Shots not going to land yet. Sirius is able to get himself on out of there. Now XGeneration have the opportunity to just continue on this aggression because they haven't really got anyone gatekeeping them on their side of the circle. Now the spray still doesn't land. In Quantum Rage, they're quite separated, man. You got Sirius over here. JD still trying to make the moves. IQ caught behind all of them in the rotation, so quite separated in their approach, but getting away with it right now, XGeneration.
They definitely are. I mean, XGeneration, is one of those teams that we did see a few minutes ago, taking on the player of Quantum Rage and definitely eliminating, and that's the one defeat point that we see for the side of XGeneration. But, of course, they had the information for where exactly that team was. They tried to spray quite a lot, but of course to no way. And on the other front, when it comes down to MetershotxSKY, this team is taking on the players of FMxR3D, where one of the players have already been damaged and knocked down, but Anubis will be able to return fire, and Khatir will be blown up too. So now it is one player. Okay, never mind.
So much for that.
It's looking pretty good. Yep.
FMxR3D looking to hold on as MetershotxSKY have them surrounded. A beautiful nade coming in from Mary will catch out Anubis, and suddenly FMxR3D under a lot of pressure because they've got Quantum Rage chiming in as well on this fight. Now Hassan OP decides to make the aggressive move, try to catch out Ash, but he will not find anything. Anubis in the meanwhile will get burnt down, and Mary able to secure that finish will give Q to MetershotxSKY. Guys, we've got the numbers advantage. Just back up, get the healing on, and then we can regress.
See, again, just the way that fights is being taken from both of these teams. FMxR3D are just funneling across from one angle, whereas the side of MetershotxSKY, look at them. Ash is the dude who always focuses on creating those flank angles, and he's the one leading the charge right now, along with his SKRL, of course, and it is going to be FMX who are going to have to run away from the position. Again, nothing wrong in that, because if you look on to the minimap itself, the zone has moved away from all of these teams, and it's far more superior to, of course, prioritize the zone than those fights.
Yeah, exactly, and we'll have to see which teams are able to capitalize on those fights right now. It does seem like all of these teams are just taking the fights they see, while a few teams are being quite selective. Now, XGeneration is in a very interesting position. They're in that 2-2 split. Two of their members on high ground outside the circle trying to gatekeep teams like the ones we see, which is Team Grounders, Quantum Rage, FMxR3D, and two members inside the circle with the high ground, making sure that even if they get past the initial two, they will be able to capitalize. And now, trying to do just that. XGeneration, they're moving in, but Team Grounders are trying to deny the rotations. Meanwhile, Quantum Rage has picked up a knock on Bashir with the Molotov of all things against the high ground advantage. I want to see how that happened.
Well, look at that. The zone also moving away from these fights as these teams barely made it to that previous zone. Now they're going to have to run. And again, 52x Rage. Dude, how do they do this? How are they so good at predicting things? And look at that, Harry. Right in front of him, a drive-by coming in from the side of MetershotxSKY, but Harry was just too busy getting something else done, and in doing so, he's lost the precious moment that he had to be able to take on the fight. But never mind that, because that precious moment is still going to be his, as he will be able to get Mary down from the side of Metershot, and in doing so, it seems Metershot are down to two-man squad, if I'm not mistaken. Never
Just
mind.
like that.
Okay, so that happened.
Yep, they are eliminated. They've lotted. And suddenly now, with Circle yet again taking that western shift, it's all the way left for this Circle today. It is favoring teams like QWERTY, smack bang in the middle of Circle, XGeneration. In the meantime, continuing that gatekeeping role that they've really taken upon themselves, but it's resulting in a lot more fights than maybe they had anticipated, and have to be a lot more careful about the way they approach it. Similarly, on that southeastern front, Magnus tried to make a late entry into that Circle, and that's where SALTxi8 come into play and make them pay.
I was just about to say, dude, like, where is SALTxi8? They've been part of this lobby, right? I mean, they definitely are playing, and then suddenly they chime along, get those elimination points, and get their presence known. But along with that, we have to talk about TmW. I mean, this team has been able to accumulate 4 elimination points already for their side, and still, of course, have all the 4 players surviving for them. But when it comes to the zone itself, this is going to be critical, because 52X Rage looking very comfortable in terms of the way that they've been able to get control of the zone. QWERTY, once again, having a very fanned out approach in the center of the zone itself to the edge. Tricky situation is what QWERTY might find themselves in as TUF pushes on against their position.
Oh, and Khan, this 1v1 trying to finish off Caro. He will be able to do just that, and QWERTY able to secure this entire compound for themselves. Look at the way they're playing. They're in that 1-3 split, so they've got a ton of area to themselves to try and gatekeep the teams trying to make it in. And those teams currently are TmW, Grounders, and Quantum Rage from completely different angles. SALTxi8, they're done with Magnus, but they've got more coming in. As H2E go for the slam, trying to catch out SALTxi8. Uzum's been knocked, Ghost has been 2. H2E moving in, all guns blazing. They're gonna find Crypto and Blade in their rooms, stuck with their pants down, and just like that, in a matter of seconds, H2E make quick work of SALTxi8.
What? How? What? Incredible. That is incredible indeed. I mean, talk about a resurgence in week number 3 from these teams. That is amazing for side of H2E, of course, but they still, I mean, they did get some damage as well. They are down to 2-man squad for their side. So now the numbers advantage have definitely dwindled for them, but that was a very important fight, not only for them, but for the entirety of the lobby, is what I would say.
Yeah, exactly. It was a crucial fight right there for the side of Team H2E, because now they've got a huge part of the circle. If it takes a sudden shift, that compound could come into play and get them a chance at that winner chicken dinner. For all of the action right now towards the eastern side as TmW move in. That resurgence you're talking about coming into display as they lock up against one of the most consistent teams in these 3 weeks, but they make quick work of them as well. TmW rising indeed. Big Boss you on a dominating streak as they get rid of QWERTY. The only half of QWERTY, you still got 2 players surviving, but that should be enough for TmW because they've got a compound inside the next circle too.
I mean, I don't want to say something that's going to be hurtful, but why do these teams end up waiting? I mean, it's not only just right here in esports and on the battleground itself, in so many individual sports, right? I've noticed that so many times. When it comes down to teams and players who are almost at the crux of, at the end of just being, all right, we're done for, and somehow they just build up the courage and they showcase a different play game altogether. And right now, it is the side of TmW who, against all odds, have taken some incredible fights, and with that, Quraysh Esports also trying to chime in along against the players of 52X Rage, where they will be able to eliminate them, but they themselves are going to get a little bit of damage as well, where one of the players has been eliminated and one of them is knocked down on the ground. But TmW, dude.
Yeah. Khan has been eliminated, leaving Wolverine on his lonesome. Now he spots out Zigsaw. Wolverine, thank God, finds that knock. I thought for a second he's gonna whiff.
Wow. When you pointed out that the side of Team QWERTY, the way they had that fanned out approach, 2-1 split coming in from their side, in fact 1v2 sort of a situation that they had, it was Wolverine all by his lonesome that I noticed, and I was like, no way he's going to be able to sustain that position, but he did. he did for quite a long time, so kudos to him. But again, the team does get eliminated. 9 teams remaining right here in the first 21 minutes of the game altogether itself. TmW on a rampage right now with 7 elimination points, all 4 players surviving. Clarity focusing on just the placement, but freestyle, yeah, they're just free off the battleground, I think, now.
Yeah, freestyle are looking quite comfortable and are continuing to pile on the pressure on every single one of these teams who are trying to force themselves into a situation where they can find a better opportunity. Quantum Rage trying to do just that, but Sirius gets caught out in the middle of the battleground. FMxR3D will find that knock-in elimination, and right now Quantum Rage in a bunch of trouble because they're cornered by FMxR3D on all fronts, but JD pulls out a miraculous 1v1, eliminates FMxR3D instead and keeps Quantum Rage alive. Because look, got one more player who is knocked, should be able to be picked up by JD. So this duo of IQ and JD will see what they can do for the rest of the lobby.
TmW walking in to get this chicken dinner, I believe. We're left with 6 teams remaining. 10 elimination points for the side of TmW. 7 for the side of Quantum Rage. This is just phenomenal. And FS Black, the only one player surviving, is going to be very, very quiet. He is at the edge of the zone, but again, he is surrounded by so many teams. And Clarity, as I was mentioning earlier as well, they've just been focusing on being the center of the zone and trying to control whatever part of the zone that they're in. And this is what has led them right here in the winner chicken dinner forecast, almost on the top. But then comes in TmW with the numbers advantage.
Now look, TUF, they're going to set up that nade. He's already had one. Edgar, that's knocked. 420 boy. Looking for more with the elimination. He lands that third one. Let's give him more. No seems the answer, but that's okay because the slam is coming in now from the rest of his team. TUF trying to make their moves, but do they know the black is just in these corners? TUF, they're going to have to make these moves quite simply, quite slow, and make sure they don't end up giving too much opportunity to black. But instead, Virus has been knocked. Clarity, they're fighting back, and TUF, maybe they made their move a second too early.
Well, it was Reaper X from the side of TmW who was able to completely stop TUF's position right there, where Virus was knocked, and it was all thanks to TmW. But again, I mean, that definitely helped out Clarity for this moment as of now, but in all of it, TmW still very much in contestation. All 4 players survive and pretty much at the eastern front of the zone, all by their lonesome. They're looking very much in possession to be able to get this game for themselves. But the only hiccup that they're going to have to cross over is going to be the side of Clarity, where Teen Wolf, 420, as well as Zebian, all of them are surviving. But I guess Edgar is not going to let that remain on for too long.
When he gets the heal out on time too, will be able to make it. No! Barely missing out. TUF will get eliminated. But all of that damage that Edgar did, Quantum Rage now trying to capitalize on it, as we've got just 4 teams left in the lobby, but effectively 3 because Clarity, they're on their knees. They will get sent to their graves, and just like that, TmW Blotter are the team in a 4v1. We talked about how for teams like TmW and 3x, it was so damn important to get off to a strong start. And you know what? A chicken dinner is the strongest start you can get. A chicken dinner, that too, with over 12, potentially 14 eliminations right now for TmW. They have to win this. They cannot lose this under any circumstances.
Nuh-uh. Definitely not. Definitely not. I mean, if they lose this, let's not even think about that parallel universe, because it is impossible. But then again, that's where parallel universe word is born itself, where the impossible certainly is possible. Right now, it's going to be Quantum Rage, bringing in that sort of a Quantum Realm Arena Athena against the players of TmW. But I guess that's not going to be allowed, because Harry is easily going to be hair out that tricky situation that was anticipated from Quantum, but not going to be allowed. 4 players all looking very much in sync from the side of TmW, and Big Boss is the dude who again and again has been the one who was over-aggressing and taking on those fights. But yep, that leaves us with FS Black, and FS Black, commendable job, dude, all by his lonesome. The entirety of his team got 0 elimination points. FS Black, Freestyle Black, the only player who got 2 elimination points and then moved all the way into the 2nd position. So yeah, GG play for him.
Yeah, very well played by Black indeed to get Freestyle a 2nd spot. Winner chicken dinner for TmwEsports. This should is their first step in the direction of guaranteeing themselves a place in that second Super Weekend. And really, after this chicken dinner, they're going to put a ton of pressure on those teams in the bottom, because teams like Quraysh, teams like 3x, still very much absent from the lobby with respect to their impact at least. So we'll have to see if they can bounce back with their games upcoming in match 2 and 3. And we'll really have to see, is this show from TMW in this first match right here, is this just a one-off, or is this Big Boss truly taking full control and making it happen? Because damn, did he look good in that match.
Well, that is true. That is so very true. But once again, I mean, yesterday also we saw from the side of Regicide, you know, that 15 elimination chicken dinner that they got. From the side of FMxR3D, a wonderful, wonderful game. I did not actually write for how many eliminations did they get, but that was the final game that they played, and that again was a GG play for their side. But was there a comeback story? No. Will TMW be allowed to showcase that sort of a comeback story? Because again, if you look back onto the overall standings, they are pretty far low right there.
Yeah.
I mean, they've got to bring in this sort of play style with the 3 remaining games that they have at their hands to be able to solidify their position for not only the Super Weekend but also the Grand Finals.
Exactly, and it's easier said than done, but we've got plenty of matches to witness it. For now, though, all of this discussion after a short break.
Go!
It's our chance
to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
Winner chicken dinner there for TmwEsports. Blotter, they're off to an astounding start, and like you've really said, we've seen these astounding starts from many a team in this week league stage from day one, which didn't result in a lot more. So I hope TMW doesn't fall prey to that pattern.
Hoo-wee. Okay, so now we actually need to let our viewers know that we still have 20 teams in. And again, this is the final day that we are going to be looking at all 20 teams playing. So now, with the first game done, certain group is not going to be playing the next one, and Group E is going to be chiming in along. So a different play can be anticipated as we move to the second game, which is going to be on Erangel. But before we talk about any of that, moving on to TmwEsports, Harry, the dude who was able to just bring in the finishes for his team. 7 elimination points, 1050 damage, along with 2 knocks and 4 assists. He was definitely all across the board with his team.
Yeah, exactly. Harry was on an absolute tear, but I think it was a beautiful team effort from TMW altogether. Clearly, Harry, the most valuable in terms of that effort altogether, is really able to make his mark. But really, I think, again, for the team overall, it was just that statement performance, you know, putting themselves on the map, putting themselves in regards of that discussion where, yeah, the TMW are also a team that can make it happen.
You know, though, I mean, nothing taken away from Harry's limelight. I do want to add on, along with Harry and Reaper X's play, the dude who actually, I think, made it happen, and that's going to be Big Boss. The dude would jump into fights, open, you know, that YOLO approach that is called, basically. And he would be the one who would initiate those fights. And then again, Harry with the clinical finishes would just complete them and get those points. So yeah, as you so perfectly mentioned, CA, very well synergistic team play being showcased from TMW in this first game.
Absolutely, just beautifully done by them. As a whole, you can see 2.6k.
448, my apologies. Come on, 448 damage received, that's all. Compared to 2,633 damage dealt. What was the lobby doing? Is this the same team? What is... Dude, the entire league, this has been going on. Every single week, we're bamboozled with one team not playing good, and then the exact same team coming back so strong that it's almost like, yeah, they've been exercised or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. It's almost like every single week teams go through their own nightmares.
Metamorphoses, yeah.
But I think the stats of freestyle tell you the tale of their match as well. So kudos to Black for making it happen, getting to that second spot. But domination by Harry on every single note. Set up the most eliminations, had the highest damage, got the most assists. Harry really stepping up for his team today.
Well, along with that, we do have Quantum Rage's IQ chiming along with the longest distance elimination of 302. And then comes in Harry once again, with 294 being the highest. And moving away from that, we've got the highest knocks that are going to be from the side of SALTxi8's Blade. Now, H2E took a really good fight, dude, right there. I mean, they actually stopped the side of SALTxi8 because the way that they were progressing into the zone from that southeastern front was looking very dominating. One side was Clarity, who was pretty much in the...
But this is, I would say, still a better performance than in general. Quraysh as well, I think doubling their point tally, even though they've only got those 5 points. So
dude, look at that.
decent. But when you
Second,
look
third,
towards
fourth.
the end... oh.
My apologies. I just looked at Quantum Rage, FS and Clarity, and they've been pretty much the same line and same line. It's almost as if they're having some sort of a communication going on over there. They're, you know, it's like, you know, it's final day. Let's just slowly just coast across each other. You know, it's all fine. It's all good. It's all part of the battleground, so to say. But yeah, I mean, as Quantum Rage does good, so does Clarity, so does Freestyle. Looking pretty good for them. But let's see if the remaining games for the side of these teams will be able to favor them. Overall though, TMW a big resurgence. I want to see though how big a jump will that lead them to when it comes to the points.
Yeah. And right now it does seem like you could say just very standard play from TMW with respect to that zone analysis. They started off in Hacienda del Patron, and every single time you see those little like stops in their rotation around San Martin, around Power Grid, even around that Monte Nuevo compound, it was all for the fights to even get control of those areas in the first place. So clearly you can see that it was not an easy victory here for TMW, and that makes it much more satisfactory for them in the first place. They really had to work themselves for it, and they did to get that chicken dinner.
True. They definitely did. They definitely did. No two ways about it. They were on point when it came to the communication. They were on point when it came down to gunning down from 2 individual angles and just completely pincering down their opponents. Every single point, just a big tick coming in for TMW. The only one that gets a very big negative is going to be, why so late, mate? Why so late?
Hey, that's the question that we all want an answer to at this point.
True,
like,
dude.
really get to know what has been going wrong for all of these teams so far. But better late than never is what I will say, as long as they can keep it going. TMW, once again, are going to come under the test, and we'll have to see if they can make it happen. But hey, we've got a lot more teams to look forward to, and we got to see a lot of those teams in the action of this match, as you can see in our Oppo F21 Pro moments. One thing I really liked about this match, Blotter, was the fact that we had action from the very start. Every single team willing to just play that extra bit aggressively just to find their momentum.
That is so true, and that's so very crucial as well, right? This being pretty much the final day, not necessarily of the league, but definitely of the league play days. And so every team wants to make their mark. Every team wants to be heard, wants to be known, wants to be called out for those fights that they end up taking. And yeah, that's for now in this game. I mean, we definitely had the side of Quantum Rage pick up the place. I mean, this again, for side of Quantum Rage is common, but for TMW to bring that sort of a massive hitting blow was spectacular to witness.
Yeah, exactly. It was just absolutely brilliant, I think, for TMW. This particular winner chicken dinner, and they were able to take down quite a few opposition while they did so. They hurt QWERTY, they hurt Team Grounders, they hurt XGeneration along the way, so really hurting a lot of their opposition to that top spot in the first place. And now really coming into play as a team that is going to make it extremely volatile in that bottom half of the table now. Having said that, Circle, didn't really favor them, and that's starting to become the trend almost now, Blotter, where had this question since Super Weekend 2, our second day, where we saw 52x Rage get a couple of circles on their behalf, and yet not translated into much. And it's like teams have almost understood how to make teams really hurt for being stagnated in the center of the circle. And that's where a team like TMW really found success even in this match, when they were continuously on the move, continuously taking fights, and continuously improving their position as a result of those fights. And you can see in that regard, they dominated the lobby altogether.
There is no other team around the 2000 mark itself. I mean, never mind 2000, dude. There are only 2 teams who've crossed that 1000 mark. Apart from, of course, Team W, who got that chicken dinner with 2,633 damage. That's incredible. But one more thing to point out is this is pretty much the first time that I'm looking at, apart from just that one team, that's going to be Star, every team were able to get at least 1 elimination point, which just clearly showcases what we've been talking about. You know, these teams are playing like this is their last day on planet Earth, and the battleground, they want to be able to definitely put a mark on that. And look at that. I mean, that's a wonderful way to put a mark on the battleground, dude. TmwEsports jump up 10 positions. Wowzers, from 19th all the way to 9th.
That's what one chicken dinner will do for you, Blotter. And really, one more decent performance from them, if they cross that 42, 43 point mark, should help them feel a lot more comfortable about their chances in making it to the next Super Weekend itself. And have to see, can they get it done? Because certainly one thing we know is that it is not easy. Similarly, Quantum Rage with a good performance, with a six place jump right here, getting to that 48 mark. One thing I am noticing throughout these rankings, Blotter, is that it's a lot more congested and closer as compared to our week 2. So you can see that especially in the second page. Quraysh 4v TFD, 3x, and H2E surprisingly caught out in the bottom 4. And out of those 4 teams, really, only H2E will be like, even if we don't make it, we'll be fine, I think.
That's still a very big possibility, actually. That definitely could be the case. But again, I mean, even if you get that statistically confirmed for yourself, you do not want to lose out on the battle, right? I mean, it just gets to your pride. And that is something that no player in any of these teams would be interested in taking to the face. But, well, again, let's see what Erangel is going to be like. I was just looking at 3x and I just completely stopped and minced my own words because I was like, yeah, that's a bit too early to actually say anything.
Might certainly be a second too early to judge them, but hey, we've only got so many matches, as you can see on the schedule coming up. We've only got 4 matches to go. I think 3x, oh my god, I just had a look at, okay, never mind. I got scared for a second because I only saw 3 players on 3x's lobby the moment I said 3x, and I was like, no way are they playing with a 3-man unit, and they're not. So my heart is back in the right place.
Well. This time around, I want to be looking at North Esports. I mean, again, I've been saying this since yesterday, but I just want to let everybody know I'm looking out for a North Esports. And on the other front, for the side of Metershot, I am pretty certain, if nothing else, they will still be in the top 5 because of how they love to play those angles. I mean, if nothing else, everything else fails, they just start becoming a snail and a snake and get those placement points for themselves.
Yeah, exactly, and it's quite a simple affair in that end for most of the teams that have already established themselves, you know, who have proven themselves more than once. Erangel does become a law of the comfort area, the comfort battleground when you go to ensure that you're getting those points. But they're going to have to be a lot more careful today. We've got 3 Miramars and only 2 Erangels, Blotter.
Yep, that is true, mate. And this is going to be the first Erangel for the day. And again, so sorry to cut you off right there, but I just randomly had this weird connection between the side of this team that we were just talking about, and that is a sloth, right? And that too, not any sloth, all right? That animated movie is what I'm remembering, where the sloth works in the DMV, right?
Okay.
And he's like the slowest, of course, because it's a sloth. And that is something I don't really want to say pinpoint like that or draw out some comparisons. But MetershotxSKY, the way that they play, they're just a sloth. You know, that zone comes in, they don't care, they're chilling, they're just grooving, and then suddenly they've got that Ferrari in their hands and they're boosting across the battleground with all the teams taking on the fights. But MetershotxSKY, well, they just create their own pathway as they jump into the battleground. So yeah, definitely, I don't know why, just that analogy came to my head for MetershotxSKY. And again, since day one, they've stuck to that rhythm. They go to Nova Reploy, they wait. I mean, even when, dude, God, it is unbelievable. I think it's from yesterday or the previous week itself, I saw the zone has moved on to the military base, right? We still had MetershotxSKY on Nova Reploy. All the teams made it to the military base, and this team of MetershotxSKY, who were already at Nova Reploy, they waited till like the 3rd to the 4th zone to then make their presence felt in the lobby. Till then, they were just chilling. They were quiet. They let other teams take on the fights, and I mean, nothing taken away from that sort of a playstyle, but again, what are the other teams doing in the lobby? Why are they not reading what their opponents are doing? This is such an easy play to counter for MeterShot, or against MeterShot rather.
Yeah, and they're going to have to rely on those learnings in this particular match at least, because you've got quite a peculiar flight path right here, expecting that eastern circle to come out, but we know the PUBG Mobile gods, they like throwing us for curves here and there, so might certainly happen, but we've got that drop contestation coming in here as Quantum Rage and Star, they found themselves in the same compound. Now Sultana not able to land the initial spray, has allowed Quantum Rage to get away, but it is just a moment of respite, a false sense of security as Star come back and they make them bleed. IQ though holding on for dear life, he finds that counter knock and Sirius coming in too. Star suddenly find themselves fumbling and potentially stumbling to their very deaths here, Blotter.
Well, this is not the kind of play which Team Star would have anticipated or predicted for their side, where they have taken some massive blows right off the bat in the first 2 minutes of the game altogether itself, and Quantum Rage still sticking to their rhythm. Look at that. I mean, yes, they did take a lot of damage right there, but they were still able to retain all the 4 players. Look at that. All 4 players are going to be standing up, and with that, 3 elimination points already confirmed for their side, and in doing so, it is going to be Team Star, who once again, I mean, previous game also did not favor them because of the way it turned out against H2E, right? And then this time around, no, not H2E, my apologies. H2E was SALTxi8, but again, I mean, Team Star were pushed on against TmW, right? And this time around as well, not what they anticipated or predicted. So yeah, the remaining 2 games for Star, they better be worth it. Again, nothing taken away, because as we look onto the live ranking, they're on the 5th spot, so a very comfortable position to be able to jump into the Super Weekend.
Most definitely. And talking about comfort, we've got a lot of teams with this standard Eastern Circle coming on about in a relative state of comfort. MetershotxSKY, a team that we were talking about just earlier, not in the lobby right now, so no Ripnoy is free, but shouldn't come into play really, as most of these teams, they found themselves centered around Rozok and Pachinki already, and with the way this circle is situated, the standard shift would be around that area, maybe Rozok, maybe even a mansion or a prison circle to come boot, but I really wanted taking that southern shift and bringing back the shoreline into play, because I feel like that's where we see the most intensive action.
Which is so true indeed, which is definitely true. I mean, you've got fishers roaming about, you've got fishermen waiting very clearly and eagerly with those 4Xs to try and get them hooked on to their fishing nets. And again, when it comes down to the teams that find themselves on the land itself, well, I mean, they're out of breath and they definitely get perished from one team to the next, third-party situations. So yeah, quite a lot of chaotic play is what is showcased when it comes down to those sort of edges and zones. But as of now, it's still just the first zone itself, 4 minutes into the game. And yeah, this has, I mean, it's just 4 minutes into the game, but it definitely feels a lot more, because so many individual fights is what we have witnessed in just 4 minutes altogether itself. With that, as of now, this seems like the teams are kind of slowing down their pace a little bit, which is again wonderful. They definitely should take a breather, get the information, retain the information, and then when they have a synergistic plan is only when they should fire upon their opponents. And that is something that these teams today are definitely trying to do. I mean, we saw that in the first game itself from the side of TmW, where they were on point in terms of those communications and taking on those team fights from their side. And again, with those team fights around the corner, it is going to be Quraysh. Okay, never mind. Quraysh is going to be able to walk away, or rather get out of that position. And the fight that I was anticipating will not take place, I believe, for the next 4-5 minutes as well. I mean, I'm looking at Rozok area, actually. we do have MetershotxSKY right there, along with the FMxR3D for quite some time. I mean, 3x was also there a couple of minutes ago, but there was no fight, interestingly enough, that took place between them.
Yeah, team just being extra cautious right now, making sure they don't really give an opportunity to their opponents to capitalize on that and punish them in that regard. But does seem to be the case where a lot of these teams might be giving up free opportunities. We'll have to see, because when you look back to TMW in match 1, they did not hesitate when they saw teams. They went for the fights. They were decisive in their gameplay, and that got them a chicken dinner. So I think teams have to take inspiration from there, and cautiousness is good, yes, as long as it's not preventing you from playing your standard style, then it's good. Otherwise, not so great.
See, that's exactly where I was talking about the players and the things getting to their mind, right? The gameplay, the battleground itself getting to their minds, and that is when it definitely takes a negative hit on the skill of the player. And again, it's all in the mind. So yeah, it becomes a really tricky situation to resolve as a team and be synergistic when you take on those fights. So yeah, a lot of things that take place when it comes to being an esports player and being consistent with that performance. And again, I mean, yeah, that again is being showcased. I again do not want to point it out like this. Do apologize. No defamation here, but old dogs will one day become old, and the underdogs will become the new dogs very, very quickly. And that is something that is a harsh fact that we are actually being faced with from the side of FMxR3D. Again, I mean, nothing taken over from the skill and everything, but yeah, the resurgence that they've showcased is perhaps a bit too late. But again, enough said.
Hey, they still got a couple more matches to go, Blotter, so maybe they are able to make it happen. A single chicken dinner, as we know, can go a long way. It gets you closer to that cutoff mark, which is around the 40 points, and that's where FMxR3D are right now. So they really just need to secure a few points along the way to get the Super Weekend.
That is true, but all right, let me clarify that. So the way I'm looking at these stats and the way I'm looking at these teams is not only based on the Super Weekend. Yes, week 1, week 2, it was all about the Super Weekend. Jump in there, get some chicken dinners, get $500 in the bank, feel proud, feel confident, push on along towards the next league play day. But now there is so much more on the line, and that so much more on the line is something what I'm actually focusing on. And again, such a big name that you're talking about, FMxR3D, and just fizzling them out. That all right? No, they're just walking away into the Super Weekend and then they're done. Yeah, it just does not sit right with me, And so yeah, that sort of a team having that low standards is just not acceptable from me, is what I would say.
Most certainly, but we have seen many a time Super Weekend be completely different from what we see in the league stage. So hey, I'd still say you never know. Maybe they can find it, but I do agree. Like, I think teams have to start from the league stage itself. They can't really afford to be lackadaisical in their approach. They have to be a lot smarter in the way they really make their moves, and they have to be a lot more mindful in the way they take those fights. And that's why you could see Quraysh, I didn't even notice this, SALTxi8 getting caught out is going to mean that at this point, every single team right here in a situation where they are trying to just make that rotation into the circle. We're going to see that shift. Now, I really want the sudden shift, but a centralized shift is on the cards, and a centralized shift it will be. Again, comfort for all of these teams out here, which makes it that much less likely that we're going to see any fights erupt.
For now, that might be the case as teams lay dormant in their own compounds. Slowly, but very, very carefully, they move in their vehicles. As we can see, H2E, I mean, they've been on this hill for quite some time, but they're just sticking around. They're just waiting for some information from their opponent's side, and hopefully they will be able to get that. With that, the first airdrop being picked up from, if I'm not mistaken, was that 3x? I believe it was 3x who got that airdrop picked up.
Yeah, I think 3x did get that secured for themselves, so well done by them in that regard. But right now, again, not much focus on teams the way it was in Miramar with respect to finding each other, but 3x, they might get more than they gambled for, because they're running right into H2E's crosshair. Red has spotted them out. The spray coming in, but the drive-by from 3x will buy enough time for them to get away. Miracle with a radical shift towards the right, and 3x casually just say hi and pass by.
Yep, that's exactly what just happened right there. Definitely exactly what just happened right there, and I'm sure that is exactly what the plan was for the side of 3x as well. You know, just do a drive-by, let the teams know that, hey, we're here as well. We're chilling. How you doing?
What's up, my dudes?
Again, that's just some fun being taken from the side of 3x, and again, I mean, you know, that's very much fair and square as well. When it comes down to the battleground, you want to be able to have some fun. If you end up being too serious throughout the entirety of the league altogether itself, then you lose out on the reason why you're there. You're not there for the money. You're there because you love it. And of course, that is something that these teams actually forget, sadly.
Yeah, it does end up washing away with all of the pressure they end up facing. But it's something that they're really going to have to bring back if they are...
Right. You know, it's like experiencing magic for the first time, honestly. I mean, so when you pick up... I mean, I personally, alright, let me talk about from my personal experience, right? When I picked up the mobile phone and played PUBG for the first time, I was like, dude, this is a dopamine hit altogether itself. This I do not want to let go of. I want to get my friends, I want to sit there, and then an hour converted into 2, into 3, into 4, into 5, and before you know it, you're up till 3 o'clock in the morning, and that's all that you're doing. But as you get better and better, now those wonderful moments that you used to share with your friends end up turning into bickery, where it's almost like, dude, we're not synergistic enough, you're not doing this, you're not doing that, and before you know it, you know, it's just like, where is that fun gone? And yeah, that's when things get really heated up in so many of these esports houses, and synergy is lost and synergy is made along with that as well. I mean, that is something that, of course, these teams learn the hard way as they start playing from one league to the other and gaining those experiences.
Yeah, exactly. And really, for these teams, it will be on just trying to bring back the good times, and regicide trying to do exactly that. They've caught out Tyrant. He's done plenty damage already. Trying to re-maneuver himself towards that top floor. He's got fire in his way, but he's gonna hold on. Currently stuck between the fire and the frying pan is Tyrant, but he's just holding on for dear life, waiting for his team to come through on the backup, and they're not too far behind Plotter. Freestyle now starting to come in for Tyrant support. Regicide, they've got to make the move now. Nocto with an 8 cooked up, trying to find Tyrant, but he's again like a slippery eel. Got himself to the bottom and almost knocked Nocto out.
Definitely did, and Tyrant is still not yet done as they take on regicide all by their lonesome. And doing so, of course, as they made that push initially, Vasi was lost to the cause, but overall, Tyrant, I mean, this dude has been holding this watchtower incredibly. I mean, the IQ level that he's playing with against the players of regicide is just absolutely unbeatable. But along with that, of course, he does have the cover of his teammates as well. On the other side is going to be Quantum Rage in a little bit of a tricky situation against the players of 3x, where JD along with Sirius are the two players surviving, and their teammate Spark is down and blown. And again, it seems like Sirius is going to jump in to try and get that fight working for his team. Yep, to no avail for his side, but JD will come to the rescue.
Oh, but not for long. Quantum Rage is sent to their graves by Esports, and they're the first teams eliminated. Now Tyrant, he tried his best to hold on. He's begging his team to come through on the backup because he's been knocked now, and Black has come through in a rapid manner, but in that rapid manner, just to his death, Freestyle caught splintered, Freestyle caught apart, and regicide, they make them pay despite the heroic efforts of Tyrant. That will be 1 for the cost of 2 for the cost of 1 really for regicide right here. But still, they're not out of hot water. They're going to try to get themselves out of this dangerous situation while hunting down Malik in one swell swoop. But hey, that's not going to be possible. Malik recognizes the smarter play and decides to go the Black way, I'd say, from Miramar, our first match, where Black was left with the sole responsibility of pulling something off for his team. This time now it's up to Malik.
Very, very true indeed. But again, I mean, if you try and break that fight down from the side of FS, those were some really noob decisions being made right there. You know, I mean, just absolutely unnecessary decisions being made right there. One of their teammates, of course, was got. Vasi jumps in all by himself, of course. Regicide absolutely deliver a massive blow. All three of them together simultaneously spray. Vasi goes down. FS still have 3 players surviving. Tyrant is still in that watchtower, holding on to his dear life, as we've got Malik and Black in the flank, but they're so far away. And so they decide, all right, we'll try and help our teammate, jumping into the fight one by one, and there's no synergy. I mean, come on, that's a class 101 of what not to do when you're trying to take a fight like that. And if you jump into the fight that is already ongoing one by one, then you're just going to be picked off one by one as well. And that's exactly what ended up happening for FS. So, yeah, definitely not the FS that we've seen earlier. And then from that conversation, we move on to QWERTY. Still looking comfortable with all 4 players, and right next to them in the vicinity is going to be TUF, as both these teams find themselves at the southern edge of the zone. And again, they better be cautious and careful, because from across the hill that we can see right here, there are so many teams that are going to be making a rotation in just the next few minutes.
Now look, FMxR3D, they find 52x Rage actually with 1 knock. They're quite spread apart, so if they are to regroup and go for the aggression, they're gonna have to make a decision right here, right now. But quite interesting, because they're not regrouping, instead they're just staying far apart. And on that southeastern side instead, we've got 3x Esports eliminated. 2 teams out of the lobby, still 14 present. In this very, very late stage, as the circle, it's starting to get quite congested. Teams are going to start contesting each other for those favorable compounds, for that favorable high ground. And it's where FMxR3D are looking to hold their spot and tell 52x Rage, you know what, you can keep the compound, but you can never leave it anymore.
Well, look at that from the south on the map. We've got the side of SALTxi8 jumping in as well, chiming in along. Slowly but surely making their way towards the zone. And now in just a couple of minutes, of course, their presence is definitely going to be felt in the lobby. But of course, on the other side, when it comes to the other teams, they are taking on a lot of sprays, they're taking on a lot of fights, but to no avail as of now.
Yeah, just a couple of bullets being exchanged here and there, though I wouldn't be surprised even if that comes to a standstill, as teams try to ration for the later stages right now. In this tiny village of sorts on the southwestern part of school, you've got QWERTY, Team Grounders and TUF in a bit of a stalemate. TUF, I will say, have the best position of them all, because they have the edge of the circle behind them to protect them, and they have 2 compounds under control as compared to Team Grounders. And even QWERTY, even though they've got 2 compounds, it's a lot more closer. Similarly, vehicles already present for the exit for TUF. Should be quite a simple matter to get out. But look at this. A team I wasn't expecting on a later rotation is SALTxi8, trying to get towards that northern part of the circle. And it's quite interesting, because all of these positions for these teams are not on the basis of predictions, Blotter. Rather, they're a matter of convenience. Which compound can you take? Which high ground can you take in advance? And it's going to leave a lot of things to chance, which is where the circle shifts. But you know, SALTxi8, they're not a team happy to just let things happen. They look for a fight, they find one with FMxR3D, and they've already got a knock.
Oh yes, they definitely do. A 3-man squad from the side of SALTxi8, as they've already lost Uzum to the cause, are going to be taking on a lot of shots, and in doing so will be delivering some massive blows, as we do see the side of FMX pretty spread out actually. They did have 4 players, but as the team SALTxi8 jumped in along, things are looking not so good. But again, I mean, it's too early to say, because when it comes to the zone, it has moved away, and in the center we do have 2 incredible teams, North Esports and 4VTFD, with Quraysh being the bystander on the south.
And the circle, man, the circle takes a southeastern shift, favoring those teams you're talking about. North Esports with the best compound in the circle, and 4VTFD stuck with a thorn in their side in Freestyle's Malik. Rest of the teams are going to have to make a scramble as they try to get inside. The blood is going to flow as these teams will try to deny. And 4VTFD, they get started, taking down regicide altogether. Similarly, TUF are engaged in a battle with Clarity as they just try to get out of this area so they can focus on the rotations. And Clarity, they're making quick work of them. They've already found 2 knocks. Thor now left on his lonesome in this room, trying to set up the nade, but he throws it in the completely wrong direction, doesn't catch anyone, and that should be the end of Team TUF coming right up. But before that, Team Star is out too.
Absolutely, MetershotxSKY Esports delivering the massive blow to the final player of Team Star, and doing so, that team is going to get eliminated. And same, of course, is the case with, it seems like the way Clarity is pushing her along, they are absolutely determined to get these 4 points. They are bringing in those utilities and amazing control from the side of Brawl, and of course, along with his teammate, they are pushing on along, and that again is no other than Teen Wolf, the dude who knows how to take a fight. And with that, we move on to another fight yet again, where it is going to be the Grounders against the players of MetershotxSKY Esports, sitting on the 10th position against the Grounders, who are on the 13th position. Both these teams definitely need the points, but right now, when it comes to the momentum in this game, MetershotxSKY Esports is definitely on the rise with 6 elimination points to their name.
MetershotxSKY Esports looking like the team finally secure a chicken dinner for themselves, but not so soon. FMxR3D pushing in on 52x Rage. They take them out, but is it going to be enough? Because SALTxi8 or the Grim Reapers come running. They've smelled the blood in the water, and like sharks, they've come here to pounce on their prey. Shaw is trying to hold on while the rest of his team just tries to get the rotation happen, but Shaw is left on his lonesome. Now Blade trying to set up the nades. Not going to find Shaw just yet, and Shaw doing a brilliant job, because now this should give Anubis the opportunity to just get on out of here and play for the placement.
Well, as this fight was taking place, oh, never mind, it is going to be Anubis who will be delivering another critical blow to the side of SALTxi8, where they've been brought down to a 2-man squad, of course. Anubis is all by himself. He's out in the open. There's not a lot of opportunities that are available for him to be able to sustain this open rush as he's trying. But again, I mean, that's all that he can do. With that, we can see Crypto jumping along to get that nade against the final player of FMX. With that, 4 elimination points is what this team walked away with on the 8th position. As this fight was going on, we did have Quraysh Esports completely obliterate the side of Clarity on the southern flank of this zone, in fact the previous zone. But now it seems like the tables have turned, where it is going to be Quraysh themselves taken on massive hits for themselves. With that, 6 teams remaining. MetershotxSKY still looking very comfortable. Same as the case for the side of SALTxi8, the Grounders. I mean, yeah, 6 teams remaining. This is going to be a wonderful battle between all of them.
Most certainly looks like it is set up to be Blotter, because now you got SALTxi8 on that northern edge. MetershotxSKY still with the compound control, though they've lost a small part of it to Team Grounders, and the other 3 teams in TMW, 4VTFD and Freestyle left on that eastern edge. Now TMW, they're trying to play the mind games here, trying to get 4VTFD and Freestyle to rotate early so they can be the ones shutting them down from the back, but they've got the blue zone coming in and they've already lost the player. Reaper has been knocked, and TMW are chicken dinner holders from match 1 and a lot of trouble, but oh my god, a beautiful nade from Avenger. OP gets that bounce on the vehicle and slams it into the face of Crypto, but oh, it's going to mean a lot actually, because we got another one coming in from the other side in Team Grounders. North and Team Grounders combined to remove our top team from the lobby. Wow.
Damn, that was a good one. That was a really good show right there. I mean, I saw that slow-mo take place basically in my mind, and yeah, GG play coming in from the side of the Grounders as well as MetershotxSKY to be able to be so very cautious of their surroundings, and in doing so, they just eliminated SALTxi8 on the edge of this wonderful place that is going to be the school. And with that, it is going to be 4VTFD now, who are also looking at the brunt of all of this. With that, Dani, the only player surviving, Leon OP, along with all those nade parades that were being showcased from the Grounders and MetershotxSKY, is definitely damaged goods right now in this fight. And it seems like MetershotxSKY, even though they're in the compound, are taking on a lot of shots from Malik OP, the one final player surviving for the side of FS, and he's still not yet done. He's got the information, and he's definitely going to be clearing out the entire battleground for MetershotxSKY and the Grounders, because these are the 2 teams that are now left. And MetershotxSKY, yeah, they've taken some massive blows, but the Grounders, I mean, they're holding themselves steady. A 4v4 situation between these 2.
MetershotxSKY stuck in this tiny compound. It's all down to Snow to give them the information about when they need to make their move, when they need to make their charge. And Snow
Uh-oh.
Spots out Sensi trying to make the flank. Now, Snow has a lot of information. He knows that Team Grounders are pushing towards the edge of this house. He should tell his team, guys, let's just group up and hit this guy right here, Sensi, and isolate him, take him out early. Now maybe Snow will try to do it himself, and you can see that's the call seemingly made for North Esports. They've all grouped up around that eastern edge alongside Snow, trying to catch out Sensi. Now Snow waiting for the right time to set up the nade, spots out Sensi going towards the far end of that fence, but doesn't land the nade, and that will be information given to Sensi. But oh, look at this, Sensi actually didn't make that move for no reason. He went for the dead boxes of the SALTxi8 players, wanted himself some resources, and with that sneaky moves he's managed to get himself a chunk of those resources.
You know, that's very cheeky actually, because again, when Jigsaw and Sensei, they were making that open push against the wall, that's what I was thinking as well. Like, why would they not use utilities? I mean, this definitely is going to be giving away information, but yep, there's the answer. They went there to get them utilities from the fallen SALTxi8 players. With that, 6 elimination points is what the Grounders have been able to accumulate for themselves, and now this 4v4 situation between these two teams have definitely turned into a stalemate battle, where it seems like it will all be finished, well, perhaps based on what the PUBG gods are to decide. Will North Esports be able to sustain the cover of the building? Will the Grounders be given the advantage? Because as of now, both of them have the advantage, but for how long?
How long indeed. Now, North Esports just trying to hold on to their small chunk on this compound. Team Grounders doing the exact same. Neither team with seemingly any particular strategy to try and force it, but Team Grounders are in a bit of a split situation in that 1-3, and that is either going to be the reason they win or the reason they lose, because it's a double-edged sword. If Sensi is able to capitalize on his flank and continuously distract the attention of North Esports, that's a big win for him. But if Sensi gets caught out, gets knocked nice and early, that will be an easy man advantage for North Esports. So really right now it all comes down to Sensi and the way his team coordinates on around him, because in that 1-3 split, the flank oh so crucial.
Okay, so now this has turned into a critical position for the side of the Grounders, because I mean, they're getting bunched up. I mean, even if they want to fan out and spread out, it's looking really difficult. As soon as they try and make a little bit of a change, I mean, Sensei is lucky that he was able to get away from that position. Otherwise, all 3-4 of them would have been bunched up in that small little corner. And again, I mean, for the side of North Esports, we only saw that 1 or 2 utilities that they were able to dish out against Sensei. But apart from that, they've not used any utility whatsoever at all. They're just holding on these angles at the edge of the building, or rather at the roof of the building itself. But does anybody have any idea how to... Oh, there we go. Finally, that's what I was waiting for. They have to use utilities, and beautiful turn of events where they are going to be blocking that site and blocking that angle's information from the side of the Grounders. And again, behind that area is the blue zone. So a perfect play from North Esports.
Still both teams with presence in this circle right now, waiting for it to close in before being forced into action. Though the utility from North Esports, as you mentioned, has been precise. Continuously has got Jigsaw and Kurama on the move, though Sensi still holding his spot, and that might be his downfall. Oh, I thought that was a hit. Just the smoke to deny Sensi his angle. North Esports very much aware. They force Sensi out into the open and take him out. And this is what I was talking about. You cannot afford to be that flank player that gets caught out early, because now North Esports, they have the man advantage and they're trying to make Team Grounders pay with just that. Amir will find Kurama. North Esports closing in for the win right here. But Shapatar from the first floor holding on for dear life, but it will not matter. Maxi finds Jigsaw, and it's all down to Shapatar to pull off a 1v3 right now. Potentially even a 1v4 if they get Snow back on his feet.
Well, we've seen Shapatar take some amazing plays, but again, this is a bit too far-fetched and extreme even for him. And of course, that does mean North Esports. Dude, there we go. Yes. But yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy that North Esports definitely are rising up to the occasion, and they're definitely grouping in when it was so very crucial and important for them to do so. Just when it was dire consequences, and yep, they have made it. 12 elimination points, 27 points in total. and jumping up to a very comfortable position in the overall ranking.
Winner chicken dinner picked up for North Esports. And it's been a while, I'll tell you that. It's been a while where they've been consistently trying to push. They've finished in the top several times, but never managed to actually get that crucial chicken dinner that just helps you feel a lot better, you know. And that's where North Esports will be feeling a lot better about themselves up to this winner chicken dinner. As you said, to a high elimination one will make sure that they leapfrog up the standings and effectively secure their spot in the Super Weekend coming up. And it does feel like exactly that. It's like we've got 5 games today. Every single game, maybe if a bottom team picks up a chicken dinner, it's just like sayonara to the rest. Like, okay, I'm out of here. See you in the Super Weekend or not.
See, again, I mean, we'll perhaps talk a little bit more about that when the standings are in front of us. But I have the picture in my head where I noticed that when it came down to the second page, right, you had 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, no 35, 36, 37, 38, no 39, 40. I mean, that's how the lineup is when it comes down to the points. So if it's that close, then definitely one good game. And yep, you've definitely made it into the Super Weekend.
Yeah, but all of this discussion and analysis we'll have after this one small break.
Go!
It's your chance
to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
Alright,
Well,
so
fix this.
Yep.
Welcome to the table, dude. The table of the final league play day right here in the third week before we jump into the Super Weekend. And I kid you not, dude, this is exactly what is happening, exactly how you predicted, you know. The final day, some amazing, incredible, unbelievable plays being showcased right here.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, the way I just saw this game panning out, it sort of changes a lot because we are witnessing Lakshay. A few of the big names are kind of struggling to qualify for the third Super Weekend, and you know, we've come at a junction where now we're gonna see those teams that have qualified. You know, they are up to some sort of mischief. That is what my prediction is gonna be. But yeah, I think the final fight, North Esports and the Grounders, after a long time, I think even the viewers did not expect to see a school circle, right? It was a hardcore school circle, and for a moment I really thought that this was the Grounders game. There's no chance on earth that they could mess it up. The tipping point, however, I really felt was the knock of Sensi2 over there. Had he not been knocked over there, because it's such an important you know, part of how they wanted to approach the game, because he had that flank angle. All he had to do was try and keep himself alive, you know, because eventually we did see the players of North Esports breaking out of the compound, trying to go in for the push. How did they get that confidence? Is of course from the fact that they got that knock on Sensi2, followed up with yet another, as we do take a look at the MVP, and it's going to be Maxi from North Esports, a new addition, making all the way over here to the MVP and getting a chicken dinner, sort of have solidified their position. At least we know for sure that North is going to be with us in the third Super Weekend.
Wow, look at that. Now that's a team performance coming in from the side of North Esports, of course, with 3 of their players chiming in into the top players list, of course, along with Maxi, the MVP. As we move on through the list, we do have Malik chiming in along, the dude who was left all by his lonesome in this game, I believe, and that was the one-man army from FS, as we do have the Grounders Jigsaw also with 4 eliminations and 367 damage.
Oh yeah, I mean, you talk about how the other teams have performed. 100%, North Esports and the Grounders, we'll take a quick look at their face-to-face statistical comparison. Clearly shows that North Esports were the more dominating team. Did not have to travel around a lot. They had to hold on to the compound, just barely moving here and there. That's it, right? That clearly is displayed by the damage received. Did not find themselves in the thick and thin of things. But on the other hand, the Grounders, they've had to grind it around. They had to take all those fights. They got engaged in quite a lot. And 7 eliminations, I think this is also pretty decent from their side. I mean, of course, did miss out on the chicken dinner, but 19 points are going to ensure that their hopes for making it to the Super Weekend number 3 are still alive and kicking. And they're in a pretty good position over here. Nothing taken away. But Matt Summary says it's pretty much a North Esports' show over here, Lakshay.
Definitely is. I mean, look at Maxi just all over the place right now. And indeed, he is on the way to reach to the stars. And again, I mean, this is something I had predicted already, Fixes. So yeah, easy.
I mean, well, what do you say? I mean, this was one of those zones where it kind of looked a little stable from the very start. We did not see much of the actions just heading around. I think it was Quantum Rage, I believe, that got eliminated pretty early on, and then it all came down to the circle. And yeah, I mean, SALTxi8 clearly they were just playing here for those finishes because heading on for the Rozhok Hills, we could clearly see that they were having some intentions of sabotaging the other teams, just try and take them down, as a result of which they did face some issues, some difficulties. Of course, the Grounders and North Esports combined, they wiped them out with those grenades. But the match rankings over here, I think a pretty good game for Freestyle. I think they made that survival game strong again. I think it was Malik, if I'm not wrong, that did manage to survive till the very end. Another good game for 4VTFT and TMW. I think they were pretty hungry by the start of the evening because they've been racking up a lot of points, and they did manage to get the first chicken dinner of the evening. Again, I think this sort of ensures us that, yeah, we're going to see them also playing in the third Super Weekend, but that again puts us in a point as to who are the ones that are going to be missing this one out.
Well. Again, that is a tricky question to answer because you might choose one team and then before you know it, the next game they might come back stronger, and that is exactly what this lobby is doing and has been doing throughout all the 3 weeks. With that, as you move on through to the Oppo F21 Pro moments, this fight right here from the side of Freestyle. Were you part of this fight? Did you notice this fight? I mean, what do you got to say for the approach that Freestyle took in that, dude?
I mean, a Freestyle is one of those teams that if they find a little bit of a room and opportunity, they go for it. And and that has again been one of their causes of concerns, right? What I really want to see is them not really having a lot of casualties. But this is one of those fights that really interest me. Rather, Clarity going after TUF, who have been looking so phenomenal, especially this Super Weekend, right? It was all down to Malik. How on earth did he hold on to his horses? I have no idea, but I think he's sort of been always that saving grace for his team, right? Even if you remember the last the last league play days, they were also struggling, but still, Malik made sure that one important game of Sandhawk, ensuring that at least get some decent position points for his team, and he's done it again. The hero for Freestyle if they qualify for the Super Weekend, but that's not a good sign, right? You've got to stop depending on just that one solo player, right? You've got to act as an entire team. And yeah, I mean, as we take a look at the damage graphs, Lakshay, it's a North Esports' game all over.
Wow. 2068 damage dished out from the side of North Esports. That is ludicrous play being showcased from their side. On the other front, Team Star yet again not having a good game from first to the second. Well, 2 opportunities down, 2 more remain. So let's see if Star is going to be able to pick up their slack in the remaining 2 games. But overall, again, nothing taken away from their position because they're looking comfortable and will be participating in the Super Weekend, that's for sure.
Oh yeah, I think pretty sure. And the way Star have been playing, I think they've had a really good start yesterday to their series in the third Super Weekend. The journey, their road, I think has been quite clear for them at least. But for Quantum Rage, I mean, that is where my concern really arises, right? They've been doing really well. They've been playing decent, I must say. A few bad games, that has been the tell-to-tell story with this particular squad. But my mind is stuck on one team that is currently not in this particular matchup. That has to be Team QWERTY, kind of struggling around. And the storyline, I know what the storyline is going to be as we do take a look at the overall ranking. So Team TUF, SALTxi8, they've all established, not the Magnus, the Grounders, Quantum Rage, they've all made sure that they make it through, you know, that threshold of let's say 42 points. I mean, let's assume. But look at the jump, man. Just that one good game, one chicken dinner, and 10 positions up. That is how closely contested these teams are.
Again, when it comes to the entirety of the lobby, you know, since week 1 itself is what is something that we've been noticing. Apart from SALTxi8, you know, all the other teams, there's a to and fro, a yin and yang sort of a situation, a push and pull sort of a synergy that is being somehow unknowingly being showcased when it comes to the lobby. Indeed, when it comes to the skill that is being there as well. I mean, we did have H2E, you know, in week number 2. I mean, the way that they were able to just completely pounce upon their opponents, 52x rage, genuinely picking up the slack and being very, I mean, making other teams feel as the 52x rage would make that push against them. They made an amazing push in week 2, I believe it was, against the players of QWERTY Esports itself. So, yeah, I mean, these teams, all of them have had, you know, those moments in the past 3 weeks is what I would say.
Yeah.
4VTFD, QWERTY, MeterShot, regicide FMX as well, H2E, Quraysh Esports, all of them, in fact, dude.
I mean, of course, we've seen these players for quite a long time, and we've started having such high expectations. And when they're sort of not met, it's not just it's just not us who is disappointed, also the fans. And you're talking about big names over here, right? And nobody at this point is safe and secure, right? If let's say the players of Quraysh or 3x get a chicken dinner, one good game, and they might find themselves in a very comfortable position. But more than that, you know, I'm really worried as to what went wrong with H2E and 4V TFT, right? Because again, these are those teams that you know, had showed so much promise in the second Super Weekend, and now they're sort of struggling to qualify for the third. But nothing taken away, I believe. If H2E still cannot make it, I think they've secured the slot for the finals. But for 4V TFT, I'm a little bit concerned, as ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be moving for our 8th game of the League Play week, as it is going to be back again in the deserts of Miramar, where freestyle are the most sought after team. You know, they've got some really good statistics going in. They've earned a lot of good points, but the question still remains, you know, how long do they need to rely upon Malik? When are the remainder of the players going to start hitting?
Well. I mean, the way you actually pointed that out, even though it's the same exact thing, you know, 8th game or the 3rd game of the day, yeah, just the way you pointed out, you know, I mean, one is when you're counting down, and the other is you starting to count. I mean, it's just the 3rd game. I mean, there's still 2 games remaining. It's fine. And on the other front is going to be, dude, it's the 8th game. There's only 2 more games remaining. What are you doing? What are we doing? Just the difference in how one would think about that altogether itself. Yeah, dude, this is getting really tense actually for these teams now. Really tense, in fact, actually.
And it's so important, right? Now, if you miss out of this particular Super Weekend, especially if you're a team like Quraysh and let's say 3x Esports, then it's gonna hurt you so much. I mean, your dreams are completely gonna get shattered over here. You've got to wait for yet another season, you know, beginning from the scratch, wait for the invites, or maybe work it out through the qualifiers. And it's gonna be such a you know, long, tedious process, and that is something you would clearly want to avoid. And knowing the fact that you just have got mere 2 or 3 games to go, and that kind of makes things even worse for all these teams out here, right? Because if they do not qualify, their turn is done, and the others get a chance. So the 3rd Super Weekend, like we're all waiting for, of course, we're gonna see a lot of action, a lot of masala, a lot of drama, but majority of it is gonna happen today, because even in the final game, mind you, Blotter, we're gonna have so many teams dropping here and there, not in the regular drop spot. At least that is what I expect. At least that is what I want. As the Big Bird is in the sky in the map of Miramar, as we head out. It's going to be interesting as to where the flight path trajectory will be moving from seems like it's taken an eastern course. From an eastern side to the western, we've got El Azhar towards El Pozo. So teams like, let's say SALTxi8, then you've got teams like Esports. They're gonna be dropping. They're gonna be having a little bit of a trouble because they've got to go as far as Los Leones. So it's gonna be interesting. How do they do that? The question still remains that whether or not are we going to see any drop collisions over here. One of those, I think if you remember, QWERTY and the Grounders, I think respite for Team QWERTY because they do not have the Grounders to contest with. And well, the Grounders have had changed their drop location yesterday.
Well, with that, actually, you know what? Going back to the conversation that you were mentioning. Right, now we've got the third game of the day on the way. We've got 2 more games after this remaining. And I really want to see what 3X is actually going to be doing with their opportunity, you know. Again, when it comes to their placement, when it comes to their position, when it comes to the points they've been able to accumulate in the past weeks, they definitely have the opportunity to go all YOLO guns blazing as well. And they are going to be, I was just confirming that they are going to be playing the final game of the day as well, right, from Group E. And so that is one team I really am looking forward to see what sort of upsets are they going to be bringing to the other teams in the lobby.
I mean,
right will now, they even decide to?
See, I think their main objective over here is try and get a chicken as soon as possible, and this is what we were talking about. Now, SALTxi8, Crypto, and Blade, they are going to move in tandem with each other as Black is going to make a run for his life, and this could be absolutely disastrous if Black gets picked off right here, right now. But he's managed to escape, so no trouble over there. But, well, they did not say about this thing that SALTxi8 do have a Bucky with them, and now they are on a hunting mission of their own.
Well, let the Hunger Games begin, and it is going to be FS Black with the Winchester. Good luck hunting with that, mate. But again, I mean, when you got the side of SALTxi8 on the rear, it is going to be difficult position. But once again, it's not unrealistic. It's not like you cannot do it, because that is something that we have seen from other teams where they have been absolutely able to stop Salt and the other aggressive teams in the lobby completely dead in their tracks. But with that, as you move on to the map once again, I mean, look at that center zone. We've got so many teams. Of course, SALTxi8 trying to make their way through to go down to their known drop location of Los Leones. And of course, we do have Esports also chiming along, which they do. But there's that synergy that is kind of working between SALTxi8 and Esports when it comes to Los Leones. Again, it's a pretty big map. I mean, just the area itself, Los Leones itself, it is massive. So it does make sense that maybe they're not, they don't come across each other. But no, not really. I mean, when you're a professional team, you are definitely, majority of the times when you're looting, your eyes and ears are already towards the edge of the door and the window as to what is happening outside.
And it's so scary, right? Had it been a really small area, a small city, you would know the certain angles that a player can peek from, right?
Exactly.
But when it's such a huge, one of the biggest cities that we do have in the game, when it tends to go around Los Leones, you practically have no idea as to where your enemy could be. Now, one thing for certain, of course, SALTxi8 do acknowledge the fact that Esports have always, dropped off at the southern side of Los Leones. But at the same time, I think I kind of agree with you on the fact that they've sort of raised an olive branch with each other, right? Every single time there's this, olive branch hanging out with the white clothes. We come in peace, because we haven't seen them engage in a lot of battles, right? So I think both these teams kind of prefer, walking their own ways. But yeah, you had a thought?
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to tag along with that. And again, I would love to hear your thoughts regarding the same. It's almost like those, unspoken rules. It's unethical. It's just unethical. When you know that we love this area to be ours, when you know that we know that you love that area to be yours, we're not contesting you. Why are you contesting us? I mean, let's live in harmony. Let's live in peace. And I mean, it's just one of those, unspoken rules. And that is something that I guess goes down in terms of the goodwill of these players and books, and yeah, maybe in tournaments like these, when things are really critical, those books are opened up and accounted for, and and decisions are made apparently based on that. I don't know, I'm just ranting on random shit.
To be honest, Blotter, I can completely get your point, right? I understand, your concern. You would want to see some early engagements happening, but then again, we've got to consider as to what is on the line. Now, none of these teams would want any sort of early casualties, right? You engage in war, I'm pretty sure you're also gonna have few of your personnels down, right? And that is something that you really cannot afford at this certain point, because now, of course, I mean, we're gonna witness both these teams in the Super Weekend, but what's gonna really matter is the fact that they still have to play the finals, right? And they do not have any personal vendetta against each other. So as long as
No, not at all.
things are going well, why mess that
It's
harmony
more like
over there? Yeah,
mutual respect, dude. It's more like
Yeah,
mutual
yeah.
respect,
100%.
Definitely, it's just like yeah, we know you love to play that circle. We know you love to play that zone and that area. All right, cool. We just wanted you to know that we love this area as well. And so yeah, no hard feelings. Let's chillax and hopefully meet at another point, another zone, and maybe battle it out against each other. But right now, let's just live in harmony, and that is something that not only those two teams, but so many individual teams that we have seen try and get those rivalries sort of created by the end of the tournament, end up just chilling themselves out. And in fact, you know what? Talking about rivalries, this time around, I have not really seen, apart from that initial, the grounders and on Sandhawk, right? It was 52 exchange and. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that was the only rivalry that I actually noticed, or were there more?
I mean, there was this once small little rivalry, QWERTY and the Grounders. I think they've also made peace, because yesterday I was sort of expecting that, and that did not happen. Both walked off their own paths. They did not meddle in each other's business, and I completely get it, right? You would of course want to get down with your loot. It's like a gentleman's game that they are playing right now. That has been the approach. You do your loot, we do our thing, and when time comes, if we have to fight for it, make sure you have all your players. You do not have any excuses to give. Hey, I did not have any gun. Had I had one, I could have taken the whole squad down. That is what I have done. I'm pretty sure a lot of players tend to do that. But yeah, I think gentleman's game in the aspect that they're letting the other person get whatever he needs, and when you head into the battlegrounds, when the time comes, you do not want to feel short that you could have done something better, right? Then it all comes down to your position. But we do hear few gunshots around the corner. It is gonna be Tyrant getting caught off again, and Bilal managing to draw first blood. Now this is a very promising sign for Quraysh Esports. A good start to them. Is certainly going to bolster up their morals a little bit, as this Super Weekend means so much, because Quraysh coming in, and if they do not qualify, then that is going to break their hearts along with all the fans.
Again, I really want to ask you this seriously, Fixes. When it comes to these teams, like Clarity, Freestyle, there's something going very, very wrong. Regicide, FMxR3D, it's almost like these new kids on the block. They've learnt all they could from the masters, and now they're teaching the masters what the masters could not learn for themselves. And it's almost like a different era is being born right here in the Pakistani region when it comes to the lobby, because apart from SALTxi8 and their consistent play throughout the different tournaments, the other teams, there's been lots of ups and downs coming along.
So I really believe more than a teacher-student relationship. I think it's more about the hunger that these new players possess, right? Once you sort of settle in, you've made it to the upper echelon, you do not have a lot to worry about, right? You find yourselves in a very comfortable spot, and that is where, when you think you're going out to a party with your friend, there is going to be those players that are going to be grinding it out day in and day out, and this is basically the fruits of their labor, right? They've put in the effort, and it's all just paying them. And this is why I've always been a patron for all these underdogs, for all these new players that have made their mark, and have a really bright future ahead. As we do speak, we do have some bolt action headshots being taken, and Quantum Rage. I think they're the ones, getting those knockouts. But yeah, I think I'm pretty sure it's going to be a far off knock that he managed. I do not think there's going to be any push made in any particular direction. But no, I believe I think I was wrong, because now Quantum Rage do want to contest the boss's compound, and Sirius has taken quite some chunk of damage as JD will try to provide cover fire.
Absolutely, with that nade being cooked from the side of Harry and Marlega on towards JD itself. This, okay, never mind my word, because it seems like JD was that much more on point along with Sirius, and Harry has been knocked in. Just in a few minutes' time, JD and Sirius are going to be pushing on along to get that elimination point confirmed, but TmW's Marlega MVP is going to move on to create another flank altogether to get his teammate to survive a little longer. But where are the other teammates? Big Boss, sorry, Reaper X. Oh, they are being very, very quiet in this fight. And all right, now they move on along. They were just holding the compound angles, not letting that information be given to the opponents. And that X factor definitely helped out Reaper X's positioning. And in doing so, he has been able to deliver a massive blow to Sirius, I believe he was. So right now, we've got QR down to these two players, JD and IQ are in the open, where again, when it comes to the compound, Reaper X, Marlega, as well as Big Boss, they are looking very much in control. But is this going to be enough? Is this going to be enough against Quantum Rage? Because again, when it comes to the raging capabilities of Quantum Rage and the IQ plays that these two players have actually showcased, JD as well as IQ, both of them together, right? You know that they ought to be able to capitalize, even though they're a two-man squad against the three-man army of TmW. But TmW have had a wonderful rolling start in the day today on map of Miramar itself, where they walked away with 14 elimination points. And it seems like that itself has given them a sixth sense that, all right, it's time to actually run away from that position. And I think that's exactly what the side of TmW have decided to do. We'll come back to that fight. But right now it's going to be SALTxi8 taking on Magnus.
Alright, I mean, now you've just come down to Cairo, the last player surviving, and Crypto has already charged in at his direction. Crypto, does he have enough
the nail in the coffin put from the side of SALTxi8 indeed, and in doing so, it is going to be one final player, Cairo.
Yep.
Okay. Alright, well, never mind. The somersaulting action definitely helping him, and not really. Yeah, he gets points for, of course, the wonderful control or not control of that buggy, but apart from that, that's all that he is going to get, because he loses his life and he will be, of course, sent back to the lobby. With that, 15 teams surviving. We come back to Quantum Rage, JD and IQ fight against the players of TmW, where Marlega MVP along with Reaper X. Oh, Reaper X has jumped up on top. Now this could be the blow that this side of TmW needed. Now, once again, to let our viewers know, it is a 3v3 conversation. Earlier, I thought it was a 2v3 from the side of Quantum Rage, but Sparky is still alive and present from the side of Quantum Rage, and he is creating that flank angle. So, well, very much an equilibrium play being showcased right here. And again, a very stalemate situation also being showcased right here, because both these teams are, well, deserving. Yes, definitely.
Oh, yeah.
But who are the ones who will get the better of this fight in the next couple of minutes? Which team will it be? Because once again, if you look onto the mini-map, you do have, never mind the mini-map itself, I mean, you can see the blue zone. It is catching up. It is definitely catching up, and it has caught up to all of these teams. Marlega MVP's team, TmW, are sitting with just one elimination point. Of course, they need those points. Team IQ, wonderful turn of events, wonderful decision making right there, and XGeneration dominating one by one. What is happening? That's like taking a bowling alley, or rather taking a bowling game and just completely obliterating your opponents, and that's exactly what happened right there. One by one, the opponents were defeated, and this is where, once again, I mean, it is a sigh of relief actually for TmW. They are 1,000 meters away, and QR's quick decision making has also given a hope to this team that TmW might just be able to make it into the zone. On the other front, we do have Clarity holding on to the edges of a warehouse where we did have one team, and I just want to have a quick look at the map.
Yeah.
And so as we do have late rotations being showcased from the side of course, TmW as well as QR. MetershotxSKY making again a late rotation when in the eastern front, and SALTxi8, well, this team needs no introduction. They're pretty much smack in the center, and they are taking on the bullets against their opponents. This time around, Uzum is part of the fight, but sadly, they've lost Ghost to the cause. So once again, SALTxi8 is going to be a 3-man squad. Along with that, they are going to be, of course, in the Picado region, surrounded by the side of Team QWERTY, a 3-man army, Khan, Wolverine, and Destroyer, with a Quraysh Esports as well. And again, I mean, Quraysh Esports, this team, isn't this team sitting on the 20th position? Or, okay, maybe I'm, never mind. They are still doing pretty good, actually. You know, based on this being the final day, they definitely are slowly but surely making their presence felt. And this is exactly what we have seen earlier as well from the side of this team. And again, let's hope that it helps them out. As of now, it is a little bit of a stalemate situation between these 3 teams, but look at that zone. Again, these are the 3 teams that find themselves in the zone itself.
All right, I mean, quite
But
some
boy, oh
interesting
boy, what a zone.
scenario.
And dude, we've got FS smack in the center as well. And right below them is going to be QWERTY Esports as well. So an interesting play right here from the side of this team of FS as well, where they have lost Tyrant. A 3-man squad is what they are. And they're just holding on that edge. And 3x not looking too good, making an open zone push is never going to work for you. TmW had a really wonderful run, but seems like the play zone will get the better half of their life, and they will be eliminated to the zone. Thus, remaining are going to be 13 teams surviving. And look at that, FS back in the center. We did see 52x Rage making rotation from the western flank, and it is going to be right in the crosshairs of FS. And as they do so, it is going to be freestyle, getting those elimination points for themselves. But hold on to that thought, because 52x Rage, they are still not yet done as they take on another fight against XGeneration. And Faster was pretty quick, along with, of course, Zen, given that cover fire, thus stopping XGeneration in their tracks. Because again, I mean, XGenerations, they had the numbers advantage. They should definitely have been able to capitalize on 52x's position, but hey, we've got third-party situations now chiming in along with the 4th zone. So many teams in the minimap you can clearly see with different colors all across the area, and this is just absolutely phenomenal turn of events from these teams.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I hope I'm audible now, Blotter, because you know, in this world we do tend to have some technical glitches here and there. But yeah, kudos to you, mate. Carried it along so well. But yeah, I think a lot of interesting things have happened along, and MetershotxSKY, they clearly are under heavy fire from the players of Regicide, as we do know, Regicide is one of those teams that...
Metershot now, as we did talk about them, they were making that push into the zone from the eastern flank, southeastern flank actually. They have made their presence felt, but it seems right into the crosshairs of Regicide, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, that is going to be Regicide, and in doing so, this is not the kind of rotation that, of course, the side of this team Metershot would have anticipated for themselves. But hey, not every single late rotation is going to be working for you, mates. The teams in the lobby are also keeping a very keen eye out as to what are the other teams doing. And this is something I've been talking about from week 1, day 1 itself for MetershotxSKY. They need to start changing their play a little bit, because if they keep doing the exact same thing again and again and again, they are definitely going to get caught. And that is exactly what has happened right now. Look at the wonderful homework being covered on from the side of Regicide. They knew exactly where Ash would be to cover the flank angles from the side of Metershot, because that guy is the only man who always goes for those flank angles. And in doing so, Regicide had the better half. They had the better information. They completely pincered that down. Almost textbook play coming in from the side of Regicide, and in doing so, they have accumulated 2 elimination points for their side. 4th zone is where we're at. 4 number advantage definitely working in the side of Regicide, but again, the zone is what will dictate the game, and the zone is kind of far away. I mean, you talk about the center of the zone, you've got that compound, and that is where the 3-man army of QWERTY is going to be definitely chilling and defending their position. But for how long? Because you look on to that western flank, northwestern flank, you've got 3-man squad of SALTxi8 against the 2 squads. They've got one side Quraysh, and on the other, we had 3x's Ali. Dude, 3x's Ali is so very, I don't know, lucky or what, but he's the only dude, so many times I've noticed throughout the past 3 weeks, from the side of 3x, he's the dude who always ends up standing, who always gets a knock, but always ends up standing.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I hope I'm audible
But
this
hey,
time,
hey.
Lakshay. Am I?
As we push on, the teams have a lot of information. The teams are trying their best rather, to get the better half of the fight, of the zone, of the circle. But are the other teams going to be allowing that? We've got Team QWERTY, of course, as we did discuss earlier. I mean, they've lost one of their players, of course, the side of Team QWERTY, and they are just a 3-man strong. They lost gravity to the cause, right? And now it is MetershotxSKY 2-man army, Mary as well as Halsey, who are going to try and run and gun the position of our regicide. But dudes, be careful, because regicide is a 4-man squad and Voltrix insane. Oh, Nocto, I mean, come on. These are legends in the making, dude. These dudes have done some incredible plays and created history in the making when it came down to their playstyle. And here we go. Finally in the final week, the resurgence of FMxR3D and regicide being showcased. But once again, I ask the same question: is it a bit too late, damn it, for the move, for the game rather? But again, I mean, they're delivering the blows, and that is what matters. So that clearly showcases to the fans that yeah, they're not yet done. They're definitely not burnt out yet. They still have all the skills.
I really
up.
hope
And
things
that,
are back in
TX's
order.
Final
But,
player early.
for now,
Caught
SALTxi8
up in the blues. SALTxi8's Blade is, well, he was going to try to get that elimination point for himself, but will not be allowed. 8 teams remaining, 8 defeats confirmed for the side of SALTxi8, and Team QWERTY, who have been so very quiet in that compound, have 0 elimination points for their side. Again, not the kind of QWERTY that we've seen earlier, but hey, again, does not really matter, because it's the chicken dinner that matters, dude. And MetershotxSKY taking on shots against the players of Clarity, where TmwEsports has been brought down to his knees. Drawlin, the only player surviving. In all of that, though, Quraysh, this team is still here. 4 players strong, definitely right next to the position of Team QWERTY. But look at that minimap. Now, minimap definitely surely indicates that when it comes to the position of Team QWERTY, they've got the better half of that compound. They've got the better half of that zone. And MetershotxSKY eliminate Clarity Esports. 6 teams remaining. 52 X-rays also get eliminated with only 2 elimination points to their cause. FS, Freestyle, Wasi and Malik OP are the 2 legends right here from their side who are trying to hold their own steady. And Quraysh Esports take a knock. Adi OP is going to be brought down to his knees. Sadarji, of course, very close to the proximity, is going to be able to get
Alright,
that.
I hope
not.
I should be
Team
audible
QWERTY
now. Lakshay,
is going
to
to
give me a
equalize
heads
the
up
scores.
if
It's
you
gonna
do
be a
hear me.
3v3
But yeah,
battle
it's a pretty
between
interesting
these two
situation
incredible
over here,
teams,
as
where
QWERTY,
one
you know,
is
they
fighting
are
to
fighting.
be a part of the third super weekend, whereas the other, they're just fighting because, well, that's what they know best, and that's, of course, Team QWERTY. But for now, again, the communication is going to be so very critical, because if you're just a 3-man army and a 3-man squad, you want to be able to communicate every single second so that you are able to get information and then retaliate against it.
Oh yeah, and I hope this time we've done it. Maybe. But do you hear me out, Lakshay? Because for now, Quraysh, they are under heavy fire, already losing out on 2 of their players. We've got to see as to how things work out. Will get the rest back up, but Destroyer, he's got his eyes pinned on the players of Quraysh as Bilal gets taken down. He is knocked out as Money. He is going to try to survive for his team. Such an important game for Quraysh. They've made it as far as they could, ending up on the 5th position over here with 4 eliminations. Do not really know how that is going to work out for them. But now, SALTxi8, they smell blood. They smell blood, and it is the blue one over here. It's Team QWERTY right below them. But Uzum, he's got his eyes elsewhere. He decides to go after Regicide this time as Blade. He's going to try pushing in. We've got to see what happens as Blade gets taken down by Destroyer. Will get finished off. There's no chance on earth that Uzum can actually try and go for that revive as he finally loses out on his life. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, we are finally reduced to the final 3 teams. And Freestyle, they also bow out. Certainly looks like a very good game incoming for Regicide, as they've got to watch out for any team that survives this motel area, as Uzum still having that bolt action and this weapon that could certainly favor as the zone has entirely shifted in their direction. So we're going to see so much of these fights breaking out right now as Khan directly pounces in, gets a knock and a finish onto its Crypto as Uzum is still going to continue his onslaught over here. Tries to take down Vaz, but quite does not succeed. I hope, well, Lakshay can hear me out and loud, but for now, Insane. He's just trying to charge. He was, in fact, trying to get a better position, but for now, he's knocked out, and Uzum would want to secure the finish by any means necessary, as Uzum finally losing out on his life. It all comes down to a 4v3 situation with QWERTY having their backs against the wall. They're still gonna try and take a go at things as T20 Regicide. Now this is such an important game for them. They have gotten that chicken dinner, but more importantly, it is going to be important for Team QWERTY as Vas, he's going to be taking the pin out of his grenade as it goes at Khan's direction. Now Team QWERTY, they've got to make a move to get inside the zone right now. Khan, Destroyer and Wolverine. But now surrounded from three directions, how do they move? Rather make it four, because they've completely been pincered out with nowhere to hide, stuck between a rock and a hard place. Destroyer and Khan still trying all that they possibly can do, as the nade coming in from Insane will not just get one but two, as Wolverine, the last surviving member, can he get greedy? Can he get a knock, as he is bounced upon from every possible direction up until the point Regicide managed to steal it out and get this winner chicken dinner.
Well, that was a really good game. That was the most entertaining Miramar that I've been part of recently, and definitely loved the approach that both these teams actually have. In QWERTY, they were very, very quiet and very resilient in terms of the way they approached. And Regicide, they were very determined and got those points and positions working for their side. And again, I mean, you know, we saw them in action. I was just talking about that. This team was ferocious in terms of their approach. Definitely loved that. And it seems like a bit late, but not late enough. They might just be able to make it, dude.
Yeah, I think this is such a good game from QWERTY nevertheless, right? They came in second. Regicide, of course, we do know that they've been shot that they're going to be playing this week's Super Weekend, so the chances at qualifying have, become even better. But seems Lakshay, I mean, it was quite a standard game of Miramar, I must say. I really felt that the zone might shift towards the Picado Hills, but that was not the case, right? It went down towards the Motel area, and that is where it all came down to the last and final shift. Had it shifted towards the Motel, it could have been Cryptos, or it could have been it could have been SALTxi8 or QWERTY. But we're gonna talk more about that, but after this short little break. Go.
It's your chance
to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
I mean, CA quite an interesting turn of events. Regicide coming out with an amazing chicken dinner. Of course, QWERTY following suit at that second spot. Now, this second spot is going to be so sweet because now they sort of understand the fact that, yeah, now our chances of qualifying, well, they're secured. Now they can go all out. Magic happening today in this world, but I think we're gonna be back in time. You know, I believe CA is also having some issues. I think we do live in a troubled world, CA. I think we've got to find some better fix for things. Oh, there was a very slim version of you out there, but we're gonna talk about putting off weight later on because now you know things have gotten really intense, right? Let's take a look at the MVP. And it is going to be Blade. SALTxi8 again, no doubt. You know, they started their run off with, if I remember correct, wiping out Team Magnus, and they just kept on getting better at things. And yeah, I think a third position finish is definitely not going to hurt SALTxi8 because you know they've been having a competition lately amongst themselves.
Yeah, exactly. And that's where Blade will be like, ha, I got you all. Crypto, I think, still has the lead overall. But every single other player now starting to catch up to them. Blade with that MVP, and you can see Uzum and Crypto not too far behind themselves. So Crypto is just like, yeah, you guys can play the catch-up game. I'm just gonna get a couple every game and keep increasing my lead. You know, they're all battling for the MVP slot, and it's honestly quite an humorous tale to be thinking about, where one team is just casual right here in what is setting up to be the most intense week for almost every other team.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is sort of the decisive week, right? And this is where you've got to outperform yourself. Well, 3x's Ali finally gets 4 eliminations, but I think these boys have a lot to learn right now. Yeah, I mean, they've had a decent game. They've got a few finishes. That's all right. But now we do have a statistics comparison. Regicide against Team QWERTY. Now, this is looking really exciting because, again, Regicide playing in one of their most comfortable maps. Last time we just had a few Sandhawks. They could not qualify. But this time, they're doing it with flying colors.
Yeah, exactly, and that's where I think for Regicide, we talked about it on day one itself. If they're able to pull off a comeback in this week, it has to be on the back of Miramar. And hey, I'll tell you what, 2 days, 2 chicken dinners is going to be more than enough to get them into that super weekend. So I think they'll be happy with that accomplished and out of the bag now. It's going to be all focused to try and just pull off in as many regards as they can the momentum building performance. You know, if it's down to aggression to make it happen, do it, go for it. Doesn't matter as much anymore if they're not able to finish in the top slots.
Oh yeah, I mean, at this point it has to be about, you know, getting those top 16 position. But we take a look at the match rankings, and this is where my concern sort of arises for teams like 4VTFD, who are again eliminated pretty early on with very limited number of games to go. Now the big question, can they make the cut? Because the Super Weekend number 2 was sort of a revelation for all of us. Especially, we did find a gem, a diamond in Ash's Form, who had sort of made it to the elimination leaderboard. So individually he was performing, but I was still kind of missing that spark coming out of 4VTFT. They were kind of a loose team, and you know, these sort of problems haven't really been rectified, right? They find themselves in really dicey situations, in situations that you should not fight. Maybe focus on the objective a little more. During their fights, they look a little distraught, to be honest. You know, they look a little bit scattered around. You know, everyone just doing their own thing, and you've got to make sure that you are one well-oiled clockwork, right? You've got to make sure you play your roles, and that is something that they've been missing terribly. And you know, it's gonna hurt that you made such a good run in the second Super Weekend and suddenly just missing out. But we're gonna have a little bit of a run through around how did Regicide make their way into the circle, and CA, why don't you take it over?
Quite standard in their approach. You could see this is where Miramar really suits them when they get to play a lot more slower, a lot more along the lines that they get to dictate the ground along which they fight. And you can see very much towards the edge of the circle till it came toward the last mark where they took that high ground and they held it beautifully. And I think that's really what got them that first move into that compound at the edge of the circle. Again, something that is going to be repetitive for Regicide coming in here is they're not the sort of team that makes the run straight to the middle, and I think it does suit them because the way PMPL Pakistan has progressed, it has felt like the team at the center of the circle more often than not gets punished.
Yeah, I mean, it has happened quite a lot, right? And I think what I really loved about Regicide is you could have seen, while they were around that motel area, right? They had that perfect hill cover for them, and that is what ensured that they stay safe and sound, and as a result of which they still managed to hold on to 4 of their players, did not take any casualties, went in and got the chicken dinner. And yeah, of course you do have your favor of luck, because I mean, I do not know if I can really call this luck, because we haven't really seen a lot of compounds, a lot of circles ending inside compounds, so it was sort of inevitable that it was just gonna go outside. However, this is where SALTxi8 and QWERTY were banking on the fact that, well, I mean, the circle kind of would have shifted towards the other side, somewhere around the casino area, so that Regicide had to come in. As we take a look at Oppo F21 Pro moments, I mean, it was a little bit of a silent affair for quite some time, but once the fight started rolling, I think there was no stopping anybody.
Yeah, exactly, and that's where I think that statement in its entirety fits SALTxi8 perfectly. As long as the fights are rolling, the team is happy, and you can see glimpses of why Blade was able to pick up that MVP was just absolutely phenomenal in every single fight he took to a large extent, just hurting players in every single way till it came down to that last fight where then Regicide took full control and were able to shut him down as well as shut down SALTxi8, and really with the help of QWERTY altogether. Again, QWERTY, I think a team that is, I just hope they're not going to be a team that gets left behind, because they've been so damn consistent, but they haven't managed to actually level up the way some teams have, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, Fixes, as long as they are able to pull it off in the grand finals. But that's what I mean. I hope it doesn't just end up being consistency in terms of mediocrity.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. We're gonna touch upon that just a wee while later. But look at this absurd amount of damage that has been dished out by the boys from SALTxi8. Completely ousting the entire lobby, right? That huge, gigantic tower, and clearly shows that SALTxi8 mean monkey business right now. They want to mess around. They want to go after every single team that they see in front of their crosshairs, and that is what they've been doing all along, right? Initially, the first day was just about getting the job done, but after that, second day we're getting to see them a lot play under quite some freedom out there.
Yeah, exactly, and because of that, they've looked so much more fluid, I would say, as a whole. But really, I think what stands out to me in this Miramar is I'm seeing a return of Quraysh Esports almost. They ended day one off at the bottom of that leaderboard, not at all looking like the team that we were all talking about coming in towards the end of the Super Weekend. But looking at the overall rankings, you see that 8 spot jump for Regicide, now at 65 points, and I think joining them up till freestyle, I would say it is more or less guaranteed, but most likely for this top 10 here right now, they are going to make it to the Super Weekend. Is the teams in the second page that do have a little bit to worry.
Oh yeah, and with every single game passing by, that's where my concern really increases, because now MetershotxSKY, they're at the 16th position with 35 points, and they've played 6 games already. Now Quraysh and H2E just have that one last game remaining, and it's going to be such a shame if a team like H2E cannot make it to the Super Weekend. And QWERTY, I think, find themselves in clear waters, as I do not know what to say about XGeneration and MetershotxSKY, because things are looking a little bit flimsy. They're yet to cross that 40-point marker. But Clarity Esports also can't really rule them out of contention here, because they haven't really been having a good time with just that one game remaining. They've got to somehow ensure that they get 3 or 4 points. Now that is so much pressure because let's be honest, even in the Super Weekend, you would expect a team like Clarity to qualify, right?
Yeah, exactly. You'd expect automatically a team like Clarity would be able to make it, but the way it is going right now, there is a possibility even that at least 2 out of the 4 teams that we see going out of Super Weekend 3 are teams that have played 2 Super Weekends, and that honestly fixes would be kind of insane because it put us in a position where anything could happen in the bottom half with respect to the actual points leaderboard looking into the Super Weekend. So it's really cool to see the way things have really shaken up, especially from that rank 5 to rank 15, especially all the teams in terms of Super Weekend points. The teams that are middle of the pack are really either getting separated by the rest or showing up and proving to the rest that they've got what it takes, and it's absolutely brilliant that we've got that level of competition in PMPL Pakistan.
Oh yeah, and it's getting ever more exciting. But the 2 teams that I'm really worried about, like I've already mentioned, Quraysh and 4VTFT, especially 4VTFT, because haven't really seen that individual signs of brilliance from their sides. But hey, we still have 2 more games to go, and anything could possibly happen. By anything, I mean anything and everything, right? This is where teams are gonna be making some absurd drops. They might wanna have some fun round, because for the teams that they know they've qualified, they've got nothing really hanging around, right? So it is exactly what we need at this point. A little bit of a spice, a little bit of masala, but that sort of comes down to the fact as to how well can Clarity respond back to the situation in hand, because sometimes it might feel, I mean, fixes, it's just 3-4 points, but in earning those 3-4 points, you either have to make it to the top 8, and if you make it till the top 8, it's just a short 1 position point, mind you. And under severe circumstances, if you're engaging in kills, if you're going after teams, there is still a possibility that you might get eliminated with 0 points. With just 1 game to go, are you willing to take that risk here?
Oh, that's exactly the question I think a lot of teams have to answer today, because it can't really be the case of them just accepting defeat. You can't just go down with the idea that, you know what, we tried it, let's just try to make it to placement points. No, I understand that, like, cautiously, that's how you're going to do it. But for a lot of the teams that doesn't actually fit their playstyle, I wanted them to just stick to their guns, be aggressive, it's what they're good at, and have the confidence that their natural style of gameplay will be what pushes them through. Because I genuinely think if teams try to force themselves into something completely different, something they're not necessarily comfortable at, they might instead have it backfire on them and have none of the good scenarios.
Oh yeah, I mean, you talk about you've got to be calculative, right? You've got to take every single decision as if your life depended upon it. Now, I was just quickly pondering, just glancing through how Team QWERTY have been, Team Clarity have been doing, and they find themselves at 218 points. I think should be on the safer side here, because I don't think it is much of a concern, at least for a team like them. But still, I mean, just for the heck of it, just for the fact that you're one of the best teams that Pakistan has to offer, and watching them kind of in this situation kind of breaks my heart a little bit. But yeah, I think upcoming game is going to be Erangel back again, and this time we're going to be ending things in Miramar. So few little changes here and there. But in Erangel, with Clarity not playing this game, what do you think? The final game, they come in suddenly and they've got to go all out. So the question rises, CA, do you think Clarity is going to make it to the Super Weekend or not?
I think they are, but I kind of don't want them to, because I don't think they're a team that is going to be affected. I mean, yes, morale-wise and momentum-wise. So because they're a team in the top 5, that it won't really matter if they don't make it to the Super Weekend. If they don't make it to the Super Weekend, it'll make it that much more spicy for the extra teams that make it in there. So Yeah, I mean, since they're in the situation already, I might as well make them the sacrificial lamb, so to speak, and get that extra volatility at the bottom.
Oh, you want the masala kicking in, all the
yeah.
spices coming up, because yeah, if well, Clarity do not make it to this Super Weekend, I'm pretty sure a lot of teams would be wanting to, thwart them over from their spot. As the match has begun, as we head into the final Erangel of this League Play week, as the Big Bird is in the sky. We've got to see from where is it gonna start or originate, and it is from down below the southern side, from the military base all the way to QWERTY. So the teams dropping off on the western areas, they're gonna have a little bit of trouble getting there.
Yeah, exactly. And for this flight path, honestly, the circle could go either way. The standard one I assume, would be towards the western side, but usually Erangels are our final matches of the day, and in our final matches of the day we have some crazy circles. Now today it's not Erangel for the final match, so maybe for the final Erangel we can get some crazy circles. Come on, PUBG Mobile gods, let's deliver.
Alright, I mean, well, as things are back in motion, I mean, nothing really out of the box here, right? We aren't witnessing anything off about these teams. Everyone's just heading towards their own possible direction, and for regicide, they're right around the Melta area. As Team Star, I think Team Star, they've of course been the ones that have really impressed us, but now find themselves in the midst of a fight, breaking out. Two players of regicide present over here, Nocto and Voltrox. At the same time, Honk and Sultana, a new member coming in. Of course, Team Star, knowing that they've made the cut, they've made it through, might as well give a chance to their substitutes. Why not?
Yeah, exactly. And we'll have to see how much of an impact they're able to create in that regard. But right now, Star and Regicide in quite an interesting position, because they're facing each other in diagonals. Now, Star, the backup comes in early. They're going to spot out these players of Regicide. And unfortunately, it seems the case that Regicide, well, they like Miramar, and then that's where it ends. Everywhere else, they do usually end up getting caught out like this.
Alright, but he's got that mean shotgun out for him. But Star do have numbers advantage. The entire horde has just made it through, and it's going to be such a tough time. But you can't really push at Voltrix just like that. But Usama has an even better weaponry with himself. Has got that DBS. Now it all comes down to who connects the first shot, right? Footsteps all around. Finally, the cavalry has arrived for T2 Regicide, as now you're going to be anticipating Insane and Vaz to be fully locked and loaded up as the chase has begun. Voltrox finding his safe haven inside a little bit of a shack over there, and Sultana knows exactly where he is. Now, if I were Voltrox, I am doing the right job, maintaining cover, but still Voltrox just getting a little bit greedy over there, does get the knock, but eventually will be traded in by Sultana as T20's Regicides, the players have sort of pounced in and have managed to take down one of those players of Team Star, as 3 finally remain.
Voltrox caught out here is not going to even find much cover to get back to his team, though is getting some cover fire to try and make it happen. It's all about the nades, though, with both of the teams in the compounds. One perfect nade could really flip the tides or secure the trigger for a team to move in on the other. Now Voltrox still trying to cozy on out of there, and his team trying to reach him. All of Regicide's focus trying to get their fallen comrade back online, but Star, they're not letting it happen. They're playing it calm and cool, waiting for Regicide to pop up, make an error, and they might get rewarded for that right here, as all of Regicide now in the open. A moment for Star to try and capitalize.
Oh yeah, and it is going to be so intense right now. Star having the blessings of the compound, just running short of a few grenades if they can make that happen. But look at Vaz's position. Yes, got Fury making that right knock over there, getting that finish secured onto its Voltrox. Now Insane also finds himself in a really dicey spot with nowhere to run and hide. It all comes down to Vaz and Nocto. Now in this 2v3 scenario, the question remains, who's going to make the next move Everyone just entering into a stalemate, waiting for the other one to strike. And finally, Star have decided, they've had enough. I believe they'd have a slight idea as to where Vaz is, and they're gonna make a run for it, or maybe not.
Oh. He's now the role World Trucks had just a couple of seconds back. He's the one trying to get back to his teammate, but Star just not letting it happen, man. They're effectively suffocating Regicide right here, just not giving them an option whatsoever. They're like, show yourself and you will die. Don't show yourself and your teammate will die.
And, again, one of those plays that, Regicide are going to regret trying to go after their teammate. I think there was nowhere to even hide, right? Either ways, they would have been chased, as QWERTY finally spotting out Vaz, but it is going to be Sultana, I believe, who gets the final finish. And that being said, the team that just won the chicken dinner in the previous map of Miramar is the first one to get eliminated, as Star, with just one casualty, still live to fight for the next, let's say, 10-15 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. And it's quite surprising. That fight that looked like it could just explode goes quite passive from either of the teams, and actually ends up with Regicide all the way eliminated. I thought at the very least we'd have multiple players a Star gone, but well done by them in that regard to only lose out on Hunk, keep that 3-man squad alive and get rid of Regicide. Now, having said that, the circle is actually towards the northern side fixes, and it does bring in the opportunity for all of these teams to try and make those early rotations towards that Rozhok area, because we've seen quite a few circle end up around Rozhok, around that island, or even around just that small area towards the north of Rozhok, that small open land. So that's where you can see all of the teams are concentrated right now, but this is where I'm sincerely hoping and praying it ends up going all the way to Severny just to cause a few more of those gatekeeping fights.
Oh. All right. I mean, in the mood tonight here.
Yeah.
Wanting a Severny circle, I mean, I just hope. It's, of course, the final Erangel of this league play week. So, yeah, it is possible. There's a slight chance on planet Earth that we get to see that little bit of a shift. But for now, I really find FMR3D to be in a very comfortable position, right? Either ways, if the zone sort of shifts down south, they're going to have no issues trying to get in. But with Magnus also joining the fray, that's going to be a different story altogether. Now, TmW, they've made some massive recovery today, ensure that they're going to be playing with us in this Super Weekend. Now, it was so necessary for them because, again, for TmW, they have to rack up enough points, to try and get into the top 16. And, well, I think it was a job well done. I think we can witness, even teams like TmW right now, trying to not shy away from a fight, rather get into it, as a lot of teams have managed to make it to the center, right? For teams belonging to Group A, it is their last game, right? So they've got to make it count, especially for Quraysh, because if they cannot get any substantial good result, then I think their journey in this PMPL is over.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the key point. Not journey in the league stage, not journey in, like, with just in general with respect to what is going on. For Quraysh, is their journey in the entire PMPL, because they don't have enough points to stay in the top 16 if they don't make it to that Super Weekend, unless it's an absolute miracle and every other team below them just somehow managed to skip every single game or gets exactly 0 points in the Super Weekend, which is honestly quite unlikely. But they're on the very brink fixes. They have 26 points in that number 17 ranking slot, so all they need is a half decent performance. Even top 2-3, if they're able to get with bare minimum elimination points, it should be close to enough to what they need.
And it does seem like, say, that we are one step closer to your wishes being granted. However, I kind of feel that, it's going to go a little bit towards the southeastern side, or those little hills that we have around shooting range. It's been a while since I last did cast a shooting range zone, so I would be wanting, or rather hoping, to have that. But now you could see all these teams having a little bit more clarity as to where the zone could potentially form. So everyone would be around those junctions, right? Around those little mini bridges that we have. A few of them just taking over the gas station as QWERTY find themselves in a little bit of a kerfuffle as players of 4V TFT are in the nearby fray. But it is going to be Bilal who opens things up on SALTxi8's Blade. So Quraysh fighting for life and death over here, and this is one of the fights where they must have to win it all around.
They got to make it happen right now, and unfortunately for them, it's one of the most consistent units to come up against for the fight now. SALTxi8 though, they're quite separated. Blade is knocked down already. Bilal is going to spot out Crypto right next to him. Bilal trying to control the spray, but Crypto playing around that ledge. He's going to set up the smoke cover just so he can look for a lot more. But instead, he's got Bilal raining down a parade of gunfire on his teammates. Crypto is going to be knocked as well. And you know what, Quraysh? They come out with flying colors against SALTxi8. Not even a single player knocked fixes. Quraysh just demolishing SALTxi8 right there.
I really felt it was like just Sudaji taking a little bit of damage. That's it.
Yeah.
I believe SALTxi8 got a little bit too cocky in that fight, I must say, because for a second I really thought that Crypto was going to take that 1v1. Instead, he wanted to juke the players of Quraysh out and sort of jumped in from that window to his own graves, right? They were just waiting for him outside. And for the others, I mean, they could have certainly done a little bit more better in terms of that. But the MVP for that fight has to be Bilal, right? Finding that opening knock onto its blade. The timing at which he pushed, that was also perfect from his side, as Quraysh Esports off to a really good start. But not just a start itself is not just going to ensure the fact that you're going to be with us in the next Super Weekend. So nothing short than a chicken dinner could save Quraysh over here. They need to get those points. But what an interesting choice coming out from the players of 4VTFT. Look at that very long easternish towards the northern side rotation coming in from them. And they've ensured, their backlines are clear. They do not really have to worry about it, at least for now, as the next zone is going to start closing in eventually.
This MetershotxSKY trying to pressure Star before it does, but it's just that pressure that, they know they're not going to really push on. They're going to wait for the next circle before they decide. Now, like you said, Quraysh, those 4 points isn't enough, especially now that they've found themselves in the middle of all of the congestion around Rozhok. And we'll have to see, will the circle satisfy our wishes, fixes? And the answer is a resounding no, but I'll take it. It's still quite radical, goes completely eastern, and it has that I don't even know, that tiny lake kind of area on the west of Yasnaya that could maybe come into play. That'd be cool.
Oh, that certainly will be cool. But look at the teams just swarming inside this little circle. I really find the players of Quantum Rage to be in a good position. QWERTY looking at capitalizing on that dip. And I think that is where they're going to be starting to move. But I do not know if they're aware. They do have eyes prying out at their direction, as Quraysh this time, they're going to be moving just beside the players of Magnus. You could clearly see steering off from that angle. They have their eyes set on getting the chicken dinner. They're looking to be, playing on their objectives. Let's see how far can they get.
Similarly, I also really like XGeneration's position because they've got a stake on either side of the bridge. So right now, MetershotxSKY, they're piling the pressure on Quraysh. One brilliant nade slows down Quraysh's approach. And as he spots them out, that nade is surely to knock down two. Actually just gets the OP. And that's going to be enough because Ash is such a massive nuisance for Quraysh Esports. Now they can't go up, they can't go down. They're just going to get caught out, but the help comes in. As Mani, he finds the trade. Now, really all Quraysh need to do is try to hold on and get the revive on their players. And actually, no, never mind. They can't. Both of their players have been finished. I didn't even notice that. Wow.
Oh, that is smelling disastrous for me, CA, because now Quraysh, well, they're kind of surrounded, right? You still have 3x looking at your direction. Maybe Team Magnus might decide to also chime in, as well as Khatir. He's got his intention on moving out from here, as Mary just gets knocked over, driven by Mom2 as he gets his vehicle elimination confirmed. And Magnus, they were very patient. They waited for it, and once they got a good position, they made sure they'd never let it go.
Yeah, just quite simple right here for MetershotxSKY, the way they want to approach this, but not so as simple for the teams towards the center. You've got 3x, Star, Quraysh, MetershotxSKY, Magnus, all in this tiny area with these small compounds in their favor, and teams like Magnus and 3x just left in the open with their vehicles to fend them off. Now, it is going to be a case where it's a bit of a stalemate because no team wants to make the first move, knowing that a single move will put them under threat of what is to come, which is the fact that as soon as they make a single move, the third parties will arrive. But at some point, the teams are going to have to decide how they want to approach it, especially with the circle so close to closing in. I wonder where that shift goes. Does it come back to all of these teams congested around this area, or does it go towards that waterway? And it's a bit of both. The congestion is still very much involved, but that bridge that XGeneration have control of, still in the picture.
Oh yeah, but you know what? This could be such a good game for 3x Esports. They've got such a good position to capitalize around a perfect trip, a perfect ridge to play around with the right dip, also to get some cover for themselves as Quraysh. They've managed to get the 4 finishes, but at the cost of 2 of their players, and I think their go-to intention was too noble, right? They wanted to contest this compound, have a good spot, hold on till the next circle shift, but little did they know that it was MetershotxSKY who was already present over there. A little bit of a recap at how beautifully Bilal managed to get this knock onto its Mom2. Slow motion play as Quantum Race. They're getting the better out of Team QWERTY over here, as Bashir seems to have found out Ali, as well, Usama, out of nowhere. Everyone's just firing at each other here. I do not know how to process that.
It's quite difficult in the fixes because this is what we're talking about, a single spark that has resulted in this entire situation going ablaze. With the way the teams are positioned right now, it does look like XGeneration and Star are going to be the ones to capitalize. XGeneration engaged in a fight on multiple fronts, but I mean, they are being quite so cautious with how they do it. Now on that western front though, Team Grounders trying to get inside the circle, being gate kept by Team TUF. Grounders quite separated, they're paying the price. And now look at QWERTY, man. So ambitious with their rotations in these open lands, trying to make something happen, but they get spotted by like 10 teams.
Oh yeah, and look at them, still not deciding to back off. They still want to survive for as much as possible, as now Magnus have decided to make a push at MetershotxSKY's direction. Right now this is gonna get really exciting because Mom2 is just gonna unload, or rather unleash, all those grenades out there, but Ash is holding the door and is waiting for the players of Magnus to make that push, as Adil reveals a lot out of himself, and this was the moment that Ash could have really capitalized on, as Magnus have no idea as to where Ash is. He's gonna step out of his cover, but eventually find that one knock, gets the second one as well. It is Carnage, as SALTxi also chimes in, and Magnus have no idea what they just walked into. As Respect, he's gonna be trying to do whatever he possibly can at this particular moment, but Ash back to where he was, and with that drop shot will get the entirety of Magnus done and dusted. So clever, so smart.
Beautifully done right there. Shutting down Magnus altogether, but the action is not done just yet, Fixes, because with these teams positioned in such precarious situations, again, they're trying to take shots at each other. You can see Reaper lining up that nade to try and shut down 4v-TFD, but does it land? No seems to be the call. I didn't see anything in the kill field, and the camera did switch a pop, but Reaper, he's got many more fish to fry. He's in that location where really he's got XGeneration in front of him, 4v-TFD in front of him, and the circle most likely to rotate away from TMW. It's exactly what it does. Goes south in the middle of just absolutely nothing. It's mostly open place out there, with the exception of 3x, who've already got themselves a nifty part of the circle. And I really like this because besides TMW, 3x was the one team we wanted to see step up today. Now with the circle favoring them, maybe they have the opportunity.
Oh yeah, as looking at this particular moment out here, Gravity got a little bit overeager there. Wanted to take that push at Quantum Rage's direction, and then we realized, no, I do not have any vision. I do not have any clarity as to what's going on right in front of me, as Khan is the one who's going to be a little bit more brave, as he's already made it safe and secure inside the compound. Needs to patch himself up, and if he does that, he's going to give away those important sound cues, and that is something that JD might look at capitalizing upon. Khan using the first aid, but still has taken a hefty chunk of the damage, as Gravity still keeps on unloading all that grenade out there, finally finding their success, and Khan bids him a good night case, and well, it is all down to Sirius as he finds himself in this little bit of a precarious position. Gravity not checking, and suddenly he gets wiped out.
Oh, and might be joined just here by 4VTFD. They're still stuck in that tiny ridge. XGeneration, they're keeping them pinned. But at this point, TMW are joining into that fight as well. It's become a three-way affair with every single team facing pressure from that neutral damaging zone. The blue zone coming into play. Now with the zone starting to constrict all of these teams under pressure to try and make the moves. We see QWERTY reaching their graves as Star tried to make something happen. Now Molotov will find Bilal. MetershotxSKY shutting down Quraysh. It's starting to look quite gloomy for all of these teams towards the bottom. XGeneration have been eliminated. Quraysh down to just one player. And 3x facing a barrage from every single front to try and hold on to their spot in the circle. But if they hold on here, Fixes, if they hold on here, surely the winner chicken dinner is theirs.
Oh yeah, and this is so much needed for 3x at this point, as MetershotxSKY, well, you could see they've taken the exit. But Miracle, this one grenade could be really miraculous for him, but it was miraculous. But for Team Star, none of them seem to have taken even a little chink of the damage, as 3x Esports just squandering around. As 4VTFT, now they're going to have their eyes at Kurama eventually. It's going to be Edgar who manages to get the knock over there. Oh, the shift.
Yeah, the shift, another southern one coming in right here, leaving every team outside the circle. But look at that. An FMxR3D that has been somewhat silent throughout this lobby, just creeping into the circle on every note, now quite close. And again, for them, it could be a saving grace if they're able to make it work. 3x though still caught off, trying to hold on to deny the teams on the eastern front, and similarly TUF trying to deny FMxR3D their route into the circle. Hassan gets spotted out, but not knocked just yet. He's going to be able to create cover for himself and get the health back online.
I think it's looking really good for TUF if they can just avoid the fight on their backlines, because sooner or later the players of the grounders are going to step out, and they might seem like they are a SEAL team right now, but they have to show what they've got. But for now, Quantum Rage, they strike from behind as 3x have dropped down on two of their players. It all comes down to Oreo and Miracle, and Oreo has already made a move, but Miracle, can he sustain himself? No, as he gets taken down. Now coming to the final play of 3x Esports, Sirius has got all the time on planet Earth to get that first aid up for himself, as he might get a little greedy for the finishes. Spots the projectile coming out of that grenade, as Oreo, he's gonna just switch weapons, and somehow he clutches it out. And does he save everyone? At least can save two, or has he got to get inside the circle? Either ways, with the zone closing in, that is not a healthy sign for 3x Esports, because even if they somehow manage to get their players back up, it is TUF waiting for them to pounce over them.
Oh, but TUF under a lot of spray here from Shaw. Landed a few bullets here and there, but nothing that could actually cause significant damage. Now, we've got 5 teams left in the lobby. FMxR3D, the only team with that 4-man squad, certainly looking strong, especially with 3x dropping yet another player here. Joker Sir will find one, and 3x suddenly looking from the team that was most likely to pick up the chicken dinner, now the team that is first out of the contention for the same. Eliminated in that number 5 spot, they'll not be able to make something happen, and neither will Quraysh Esports. This lobby now all for FMxR3D. If they want that resurgence, if they want themselves to come back, I think they've got to somehow secure that chicken dinner here.
Oh yeah, they certainly have to. As TUF, I think they are the favorites in winning this one around. 13 finishes already, and they are brimming with confidence and pride. The way they've been playing, God Fury has taken a massive, hefty amount of damage as Sultana gets himself to another rocky cover. As Shaw, he's got his eyes glued to where TUF really are. Is yet to blow the vehicle up, and that certainly seems to be his intention right now, making sure. He's making a lot of noise, his position also compromised, but this little shift really is going to help over here the players of FMR3D. I think this could be the next chicken dinner incoming for these lads.
And most certainly could fix this, especially with the way the rest of the teams are positioned with respect to the circle. The only player right now in the circle besides FMxR3D is Edgar, but Edgar is making them pay. A lot of damage done, and FMxR3D simultaneously engaged in a fight with Star as they try to keep him out. TUF, we've seen them in this position before, played extremely smart, pull out the win in their favor, and it seems like they might just do it again. They found that knock onto Star, have the opportunity to find God Fury and shut down Team Star once and for all. But look at Edgar, man. Smoke by smoke, inch by inch, he's making his way forward, continuously piling pressure on FMxR3D. Is TUF going to do it again?
Oh, but look at that, you know, Joker Shaw surely in a little bit of a situation. God Fury getting that knock, but Edgar, as he was trying to move in, is now taken out of the picture as it all comes down to it. The last solo surviving member. It's going to be Virus, and he's got nowhere to run. Eventually falls prey to the grenade coming in, and now it is FMR3D going up against the final player of Team Star, God Fury. All they have to do is look around this huge green pasture, right? Just find him, and they're gonna try and take their chance, you know, throwing molotovs, throwing utilities at every possible direction. But God Fury, he's got that perfect opportunity to strike, and could potentially go after Hassan, could maybe after Pika, as this is a good knock coming in. But before even FMR3D have any idea, has he managed to secure the finish? Yes, he does, as finally gives away his position. Pika making sure that he's got him pinned out as FMR3D get the final finish, and with that, get the chicken dinner.
Wow, 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 Fixes. That's going to be our fourth chicken dinner of the day. That's picked up by a team trying to really push forward and make their mark coming into Super Weekend 3. We haven't really had any of that domination we regularly see in the league stages by our Titans. Instead, our final league stage day today has been all about the resurgence of such teams in FMxR3D. Now, with the final Erangel of the league stage, making their mark, picking up that winner chicken.
Oh, for sure. And this is exactly what FMR3D kind of needed. Now this sort of has cemented their spot in the next Super Weekend, something that they really missed out on, CA. And for a few of these teams, especially Quraysh, right, I really felt you know, they could have certainly done better in terms of how they picked up their fights. But it is understandable, right? They were I do not know what to say to this, because they initially sort of wanted to kind of try and get just those good compounds and hope that the deer circle forms on them. It was just that the decision being made was a little bit wrong. You know, they could have gone on for a scouting mission out there, made sure that the compound was available. Even if not just that, they could have taken cover from the hills just behind them. But they did not do that. We're going to talk more about them after this short little break.
Go!
It's your chance
to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
The Oppo F21 Pro CA always, just takes my attention away from the game for a moment, right? It's just as beautiful as it could really get. But for now, it's going to release on the 11th of April, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget to check that one out, as we are in the post-game segment of a penultimate game of this League Play week, which was well won by the players of FMxR3D. I think quite pertaining to how the circle really was, it sort of favored them. But the MVP, I think, is going to be taken by someone from TUF, and there you go, Joker. This lad is making strides now. 7 eliminations. Wow.
Yeah, exactly. Looking like he's about to give the people at the top a run for their money. Exactly what TUF have looked like too. Across the last 1.5 weeks, I'd say it has been the rise of TUF, and along with that, the rise of every single player within the team is really starting to look absolutely thrilling in the way they're able to continuously give these performances. But having said that, of course, we got to talk about the chicken dinner right here, picked up by FMxR3D. And really, for FMxR3D, even though they've got no players in the top 5, they don't care. Fixes, like you said, they've secured their spot in that Super Weekend 3, and that's all that mattered to them till that game.
Oh yeah, and this is where it all comes down to, right? In the final few circle, we really thought that maybe 3x Esports might just get the chicken, but that is what, or that is how ruthless the zone can get, and for 3x the zone sort of shifted to the other side, and that is where they had so much trouble, right? Especially by the players of Quantum Ray just poking in, reducing the numbers, and well, Oreo just could not do much. But a little bit of a head-to-head comparison between the team that came first and the last player of Team Star, Godfury. I think Team Star have had a pretty good league play week this time around.
Yeah, exactly. Team Star have been, I'd say, much better than we've seen from them before, and with regards to the fact that usually they're a team that sneaks into that top, sometimes when the circle favors them or when a fight goes their way, they're able to make it, as compared to this week, where it's looked a lot more controlled for them. It's looked a lot more the case where they are deciding when they have good games and bad games, and that means you get to work on your mistakes a lot more, improve as a team altogether, and come out for the better. And it seems that's what they've done in this particular match. But besides that, domination from TUF all across this summary, with the exception of damage, of course, going too serious. But even in that, I see 2 players of TUF on that 3rd and 4th spot, so kind of domination by TUF across the lobby.
Oh, clearly. I mean, by all means, right? With the way this team had been playing, especially the rotations had been so immaculate, and just garnering so many finishes for themselves. I think they're gonna be a happy bunch. But Sirius, he put the fight till the end. Surviving the onslaught coming in from QWERTY, then going on, trying to take down a few players of 3x, eventually just to fall down to Oreo. And could certainly have done better, but it's all right, right? They got more than what they bargained for. And taking a look at the match ranking, now it is going to be Team TUF, right? They've managed to come at the 3rd position, but these 14 eliminations have ensured that they get to be the toppers in this last game of Erangel.
Yeah, they've just been absolutely dominant in this lobby, and beating out FMxR3D by that 1 point, though FMxR3D again won't care as much. I think the team that will care to a large extent is going to be 3x Esports, because for a second over there it looked like they might make it happen. And yes, while 9 points is still very much a decent finish, a winner-winner chicken dinner would have put them right up there in contention for that Super Weekend. So a decent finish. Now it's just not enough. They've got one more match, I know, but they came so close.
Oh, they were so very close, and like you can't just ask anything more than that. But yeah, I mean, there are going to be expectations, but sometimes you just can't live up to them, and it's going to be interesting as to how the fate of teams like Quraysh and 3x Esports is gonna be, because for Quraysh it was the final game, right? It was do or die situation, and well, they wiped out the best possible team in the lobby, and eventually just to get hunted by another team just a couple of moments after. So again, the decision making could be question over there, but still it is what it is. But for you viewers out there, we still have that one final game, that one game of Miramar, in which we will not have teams from Group A playing with us, and we will not see anything more out of SALTxi8, Quantum Rage, Quraysh, or TmW. I think apart from Quraysh, three of these teams have done fairly well with TmW picking up so many points today, especially when it all mattered. As we take a look at the Oppo F21 Pro moments, as again, regicide. For a moment, it felt that this was their squad fight to win, eventually to mess it all up.
Yeah, exactly. It really did feel like a scenario where, even though like MetershotxSKY had the run of the mill, like the entrance into that fight in the first place, regicide, they looked to be in a better position because of the fact that they were on the edge of the wall, had a lot more information seemingly. But it seems like as long as it's not Miramar, it's not regicide's day. And that's where they're going to have to work on coming into the Super Weekend, because it's not going to be the Miramar frenzy that this Week 3 league stage was. Either ways though, when we went into the rest of the game, I think this was the moment where we were thinking for a second, can Quraysh really make it count with their last match? Can Quraysh really find themselves in a convincing position to find the victory? And soon enough, we found out that the answer was a resounding no. And I'm curious to see how that pans out with respect to the points. Is Quraysh even in with a chance of making it to the top 16 or not? That's the question.
Oh, that is indeed the big question out here, but I think I have the answer at the bottom of my heart, and we're gonna all take a look at that in a wee while. But for now, well, it is gonna be the damage graph that comes in front of us, and there you could see, right? It's already late in the night for them, having playing with their light switched off. But as we take a look at the damage graph, right, no doubts whatsoever, right? TUF have been the best team inside the lobby, getting 14 finishes, constantly being in the thick and thin of every single fight that they could get. But more than that, I'm really impressed with how TmW has played today. I really hope to get to see this sort of a performance even in the Super Weekend that is upcoming, because that is going to decide the fate if they are going to head into the finals or not. Because with TmW, we were not seeing damage numbers being this high, right? So clearly shows that the players are really brimming with confidence. So it has to come down to the fact that they have to make sure that they carry forward this momentum even to the Super Weekend.
Yeah, exactly, and that's where I think for TmW, it will just be about fixing those small errors they faced throughout Week 1 and then Super Weekend 2, and just try to make sure that on the basis of those errors, they are in a position to make it to the grand finals, because step by step is where the team will improve. But FMxR3D, with that chicken dinner, you can see they leapfrog themselves into 6th spot, quite safe, and in that regard, all of these teams in the top 10, I believe, are safe when it comes to that Super Weekend. And it's quite nice to see teams like Esports, Regicide, FMxR3D, TmW Esports, all of these teams that were not necessarily having the greatest of times across this PMPL Pakistan. At least not, they've been on a rising tide ever since week 2. When it comes to Regicide, FMxR3D, TmW, all of these teams have had several issues, but they're making it to Super Weekend 3, and that's what counts.
Oh, but
Oh, Quraysh.
There's still a chance. There's still a chance if all the teams under them kind of tend to mess it up. Now, Quraysh, they're done. Now all these teams have a game to play. For XGeneration, 3x Esports, Team H2E and 4v well, at least for XGeneration and 3x Esports, they have to cross that threshold, which is 40. The first Super Weekend, it was 42. The next one followed, it was 41. And this time it is 40. So if XGeneration can get, let's say, 4 points, then they're through. For 3x Esports, they've got to get a lot. They've got to get a lot, and that has to be 13 points. For 13 points to be collected, they've got to make sure that they make it either to the top 3 with a decent amount of finishes, or just take the easy way, get the chicken.
I mean, you say it as the easy way, but it's
the
honestly,
highway.
Yeah, Exactly, it's the highway. It's either you get it done or you're just out of there instantly, and that is going to be the fate of 3x Esports if they're not able to get those 12 points. Because, to be honest, if you've had a chance to look back to the Super Weekends, then you know that they're in that 19th or 20th spot, I believe, contesting with TMW, who have got themselves into the Super Weekend. So, really, at this point for 3x, it's building on that performance. They got 9 points in our final Erangel. They've just got to get 3 more, make it a whole 12, actually make that 13 just for safety's sake, and get themselves into the Super Weekend.
Oh, we really hope they do. We really hope they do. But, you know, as it stands, right? Only 16 teams this year are going to be playing the Super Weekend. And, you know, we've got a bid or two to at least 4, right? And out of everything, it all comes down to this one last map, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be Miramar. And I think this has to be one of the fastest Miramar games that I'm expecting, because this is where, you know, teams have had this slight idea as to, you know, we've all qualified, let's just have some fun. So a lot of drop clashes is what I'm really hoping for. But lately, you know, my wishes haven't been fulfilled, right? Teams are playing it way too safe, as if they're just friends, right? But of course, outside the game, friendship is fine. Inside the game, nah, We need to have those, you know, bittersweet rivalries. You know, even for us, even for our audience, we need to have our storylines figured out. You know, this team eliminated Team X, eliminated Team Y. Can Team Y make a comeback? Can they get their revenge? So it is all that we are in here for. Now the question remains, you know, how many teams are gonna try to mess around Quraysh and 3x? The only 2 teams I really feel that have a good contention. The other 2, well, they still can get in, but I think nothing less than a chicken dinner and a good number of finishes would help.
And XGeneration. They need 4 points, I believe, to get themselves in there. So maybe just go for the early drop contest. You know, be like, hey, I see you 3x. You're my competition right below. You haven't had the greatest of games. I'm just going to wipe you out real quick and secure my qualification instantly. And that could be a way for us to get this drop contest.
It is that easy, Sriya, right?
Yeah.
It is that much easy. But yeah, I think in Miramar, you're going to anticipate teams like Regicide again dominating a little bit of a respite for, I believe, MetershotxSKY, right? Because they're going to have the entirety of Los Leones to themselves. And enough speculations directly. Let's just head inside the game and find out for ourselves who are the top 16 teams that we do get to see in this 3rd Super Weekend.
Indeed, that's going to be the question, and we'll have to see amongst all of these teams which really do step up to the mark. It's the final match of league play in the entirety of PMPL Pakistan.
Yes. No more league plays after this.
All the way directly to the grand finals for 16 of these teams. And at least 2 of them, I believe we will find out with the end of this match. If XGeneration get those 4 points, then Quraysh and 3x, if they don't make it, will most likely be out of PMPL finals. But similarly so for XGeneration, honestly, if they don't make it, it's not as cut and dry for them the way it is with 3x, but it's a little tough, man. It's looking a little tough.
Oh yeah. At least, you know, for clarity, they find themselves in a better spot. At least they know that hanging by the whiskers, they've still made it somehow into the 3rd Super Weekend successfully. But, you know, my eyes is just prying out for any sort of drop contestations, man. And I believe, you know, again, it's here right in front of us. You know, the ground is against Team QWERTY. Or are they going to a different compound altogether? It's a little confusing because they seem to be on the outskirts of San Martin, as Tyrant is just trying to spray the life out of the players of MetershotxSKY, but they seem to be chilling. It's a good weather.
Well, they might want to stop chilling because the circle fixes the circle completely towards the south end. The curse for the final Erangel game has now carried over into our Miramar games right here, as we've got quite an interesting circle. it's been a while since I've seen a circle involve all of the Lost Seagulls Island, but hey, I like it. And what I also like is the fact that I think when the circle formed, there were 3 teams in the circle. So 13 other teams outside of the lobby, and that's going to cause all of these skirmishes coming on and about. Maxi finds the knock onto Tyrant, and he will be finished in a matter of seconds. A great start for MetershotxSKY here, but hey, again, one of the qualified teams, doesn't really matter to them. It's all about that MVP fight.
Yeah, I think North Esports quite a contrast in this style of play, I must say, because if you remember how they approached in the previous week, right? It was all about getting finishes. But this time, when I was taking a look at the overall standings, they did not get a lot of finish points, right? It was just 25, but their position points were around 40 plus. So clearly, you could see that this team is capable of adapting to various situations. The first week, after not being qualifying for the Super Weekend, I think they learned that bitter lesson. They wanted to, the players were really low on morale, so the initial objective for them was to gain it back. And how do you do that? Try and take as many fights as possible, and they took that little bit of a gamble over there. Then they made a really good standing for themselves in the Super Weekend points, and here onwards move on to the third one. Possibly just they would be fighting for glory, for pride, to end at a better position than the others.
Yeah, exactly, and that pride factor is going to come into play to a large extent with the way the circle is positioned too, because we're going to see a lot of teams try to rotate off of the same highways that we are seeing, like the ones, for example, towards the extreme west of the map, where QWERTY have actually made the early rotations towards Miramar. They clearly have a prediction of where this circle is going to go, and we'll have to see if that prediction pans out. Rest of the teams right now just holding on, and it potentially puts us at a really cool place with respect to teams like SALTxi8 and Star, and all of these teams that are currently in a position, sorry, not SALTxi8, Star, QWERTY, Team Grounders, all of those teams that land around Hacienda del Patron, where they always end up in this stalemate of sorts where they don't fight each other at all. But now all of them have to leave Hacienda del Patron to get into this circle. So I wonder if that forces some of them into a fight.
Oh yeah, I really hope it does, because I'm having a quick glance at the map feed over here, and we're gonna witness some extreme trafficking happening, extreme traffic. My apologies there, around that northwestern side. So many teams just piling up. And I think by the inception of the second or third circle, we're gonna witness so many fights breaking out, right? But what could be the ideal way around is something that H2E are doing, and this is where I would like to have a petition. We would love to see a circle ending at Manastil soon. What about you?
Ooh, that would be really nice.
Or maybe Los Ecos.
Yeah, as long as it's on the island, I'll take it.
Yeah, me too. 100%. Over there, and for now, as we could clearly see, TUF, I mean, clearly they have certainly started to become one of my favorite teams, right? When teams like QWERTY, Clarity, they've not been living up to their names. It is TUF, one of the old guards from the Pakistan region, that have come in so strong, and I'm so excited to see what they have to offer in the finals.
Yeah, likewise. I really want to see if they can continue this momentum heading on towards the finals. And actually, in that regard, this particular circle has got them in a really nice position too. So maybe right here with the end of league stage, they can once again make their mark, take that, secure that top spot for themselves. And honestly, they probably will, because there's no threat to them. SALTxi8, the team in second, isn't playing. In North Esports, they're quite far behind. But talking about far behind, a lot of these teams left far behind on their rotations as they tried to make the move. And my eyes immediately go towards teams like MetershotxSKY, because they're going to find themselves in such a comfortable position. Almost, it's weird, calling it comfortable, but on that late rotation, facing the blue zone damage, they're so happy. Oh my god, Vaz. Okay.
I did not know if he was meant to play PUBG Mobile. Could certainly try acrobatics, maybe E-acrobatics. Is that even a thing here?
I mean, if it isn't, Vaz will make it one.
You sure?
No, that's Voltrox. Never mind. I'm getting confused with the name tags. All of Regicide together. New E-Dance group. Let's go.
All right. So again, for the new viewers out there, it's just a little trick that players tend to use when they need to have when they've got seats for two, but they need three going on. It's sort of what back here in India we call tripling, and which is clearly not permitted. But thankfully, in the battleground CA, it is all allowed. Everything is allowed when you are, especially just going after finishing each other.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the key part. As long as you fight it out, well, there are no rules. It's no holds barred all the way through. Look at this. Regicide actually spotting out FMxR3D. They elect to stay behind. Come on, Regicide. Go for the kill. Go for them.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see that. But the only one thing that seems to be hindering them from over here is they do not want to walk into a fight dancing like that, for sure. Because they're going to have their skulls cracked. But for MetershotxSKY, I think I must say pretty decent league play week. Because haven't really seen them as good as they were in the second super weekend. Absolutely conquering Erangel. But likewise, I mean, as long as you're playing the safe game, it's not going to concern you. But for Vaz, he's managed to find that knock onto Kathir, will instantly get the wipe, and finally, T20 Regicide, they're going to be happy that they have a vehicle, but they have to travel for that, and that is a little bit difficult.
Difficult it certainly is, and I'll have to see how they actually are able to make it happen. But again, to highlight for the viewers, the teams under spotlight when it comes to qualification currently are Quraysh, Clarity, and of course XGeneration and 3x Esports. So Quraysh and Clarity, they're on 40 points fixes, 15th and 16th spot. Quraysh not playing currently in this lobby. Clarity are, so you can assume Clarity has more or less made it. And it comes down to XGeneration and 3x. XGeneration need 4 points. 3x needs, I believe, 13 or 14, something like that. And to make it happen, basically a top 2, top 3 finish to make it happen. So currently, neither of those teams has really made their move, but 3x is heading into the area where TUF is, and I'm not gonna lie, that kind of scares me.
Oh, it certainly does. It indeed. But for now, you've got Magnus just holding around that little bit of a church area to themselves, as the circle is starting to shift down south, but not the exact southern shift that we sort of had wanted. But look at H2E, especially Assad. He's made sure, at least holding on to that little compound over there, so that when his teams make it back to him, they are good to go. But this sort of a safer approach from H2E is quite understandable, CA, because obviously it's just the last game, a chicken dinner only can save them. Because H2E, I mean, this has sort of been a hit and miss team, right? There are days where they tend to get back-to-back chicken dinners, and there are days where they struggle to get even 20 points. And the latter has been the case with H2E in this particular league week.
Yeah, exactly. It has seemed the case more or less times where H2E, somehow they just like turn up in the super weekend though, one way or another and make their mark. But this time they're not going to be making it to the super weekend unless they find themselves a chicken dinner. So we'll have to see. Maybe I'll give them extra time to prepare for grand finals. Though I honestly say that with that much question marks, because of the simple fact that missing an entire super weekend, that's only to get you rusty almost. It's only to get you chewing your fingernails and continuously nervous about what is going to happen an entire week later, because after the super weekend there's no league stage fixes. We go directly into the grand finals.
Oh, we certainly do, because at this point it's all going to be about the hopiums from their side. We're all gonna hope that they do better, but it all comes down to how well equipped they are to handle pressure. But for TUF, Edgar, Joker, Virus, Thor, every single one has been making such huge strides. Now, just beside 3x Esports, this could be the most important battle of 2x Esports' lives.
Certainly could, and now. Wait, look at. It's really interesting to see that this spread from the teams where all of the teams are either towards the center or towards the west. They completely left those smaller mountainous areas towards the north and decided that the circle is either going to take a centralized or southern shift, and they are right in that regard. It goes southwest, right around where QWERTY is. Well, Minas de Valle immediately coming into play, and I think potential for Team H2E to upset everything, because I noticed that mountain range towards the south that H2E are looking to occupy right now. It's going to be a huge vantage point to try and third party any situation where a team tries to gatekeep another.
Oh yeah, at this point, you know, H2E just have that right position to play around from. All they have to do is look out for freestyle, who are right at their tails. If they can get a high ground, good position, because I do not see a lot of compounds over there, right? So a lot of traffic around that northeastern area. 3x, the UF, everyone just making a mad dash inside the circle, and this is a moment where we're gonna have so many fights breaking out. But at the same time, 4VTFT find themselves in the top, in the northwest corner, as Maxi sprays his life out, could not even inflict a scratch upon QWERTY.
Boy, oh boy, it's starting to look a little dicey here for QWERTY right now. They're still going to hold on to that position, but they're going to pay the price immediately. Amer coming in from an angle they were not expecting, finds a knock on to Wolverine, and I think QWERTY still left a little dazed as they are unaware of exactly how they're getting pressured from the angle. Unlikely don't know that it is just a single player, but actually no, make that two. Avenger OPs join them from that similar spot, and now all of North Esports, they know one player is down, one player is low, might look to make their move.
Oh yeah, they certainly would want to, as North Esports have that high ground to play around with, and QWERTY to understand that this is not their fight to take. This is not the fight to engage in, but this is a huge knock coming out. Sixsaw getting one of the players of 3x, of course. Oreo is going to make sure that he gets a trade just right. As Avenger, he was firing a couple of bullets over there, as Destroyer almost getting knocked out. Still nothing happening, as 3x Esports under heavy fire, not just by one team but two, as Clarity also seem to have joined the fray.
Oh, and look at this right now. 3x, they're in a spot where they might just get punished, but immediately our eyes on North Esports as they're trying to catch out QWERTY right here, and Khan is in an impossible spot trying to run away from North Esports, and Ash at the same time, he finds himself at the mercy of the latter. But North Esports, they take revenge, they find Mary, they shut them down, and even though Destroyer will go down, North Esports will find vengeance for that. But it's not really one Destroyer will be happy about, because it's actually North Esports who end up collecting the points for him as well.
Oh yeah, I mean, hold on. What? Look at this shift. Just when we were thinking it's going down south, it went down southwest, and then the next shift completely bamboozles all of us towards the northeastern side. But yeah, you know, talking about that fight, again, the two teams in question, yeah, they are the ones that can take a blow right now. They can even fall and still meet us in the next Super Weekend. But for teams like H2E, 3x Esports, you know, it's all hanging on the line, even for the likes of XGeneration. But for now, we've got to see what does this team in front of our screens have to offer. Leon, Emmett, Danny, and Ash. You know, Ash has displayed his individual prowess, but yet we are gonna. It's gonna take a while to see more out of 4VTFT.
Yeah, exactly, and it is going to become the case where 4VTFT, they're going to basically have to pull out a miracle right now at this point to make something happen. But again, Fixers, I want to bring back the conversation to XGeneration, because they're in such a big hotspot. Like, look at where they are. They've got 3 teams in front of them, gatekeeping them, amongst which the biggest titan threatening them is QWERTY in a compound, so that itself makes it impossible. But if they make the move a little early and try to rush QWERTY, they've got over 4 teams behind them to shut them down. XGeneration caught in the middle of nowhere with pretty much nowhere to go. All they need is the 4 points though. A single player alive playing for the placements could mean success for them.
Oh, it certainly could, and even for QWERTY, I think with just this one little game to go, they would want to end things at least on a good note, get a chicken dinner, get themselves back up. But Oreo, fighting with life and death, has managed to take a dig at Zen as Usama chimes in, goes after the players of 52x Rage faster, spots him as he's bleeding, would want to get the finish, a little bit greedy as they fall down prey to the players of 3x Esports, as now they're the ones that are going to be raining so much damage from up above, as I clearly see 12 finish points right in front of me there. At least 8.
Certainly does seem to be the case. 3x Esports though, if they can finish this off fight, like you said, Fixes, it will put them in such a good position, because even in terms of the circle, they're already in a position where they're not going to be contested as much from the east. They've got 2 teams in front of them. Actually make that 3 with 52x Rage. They've got Star as well, and 3x, they're engaging in a fight in both manners and winning it. They've eliminated Team Star, giving 3x 6 points in the bag, and 3x with that miracle run for sure. Now in a position, like you said, to make their dreams come true. Will the circle now help them out? We'll see, because right in front of them is an entire mountainous area that's completely empty. If the circle takes a centralized shift, 3x gets the cake, but with too many ifs right now, as we've got a lot of action. FMxR3D getting caught out by multiple teams. Next Generation just trying to pick up as many elimination points amongst that as they can.
But again, the circle shifting down all the way towards the northeastern side. Now, 3x Esports, they need to make a run for it if they have to ensure that they are with us in the next Super Weekend, as Edgar finds a knock onto its Malik, taking the danger man out of the picture, as Cronus keeps on continuing on his onslaught. As now 3x Esports, they have their eyes paid at the players of 4v-TFT, but they've got to make a huge decision, as Oreo is going to be firing all those shots at Emmett's direction. Has he managed to get the knock? No, is going to be the answer, as Ash trades it out. And this is where 3x Esports need to realize that this is going to be overextension. Now is the right time to get inside the circle.
Exactly, 3x, they've got to make that move, but similarly, XGeneration in a very difficult spot. Thug is not going to have an idea that Assad is there, but he still manages to win the 1v1. Thug getting another crucial elimination point for his team, and he is going to be able to survive, actually, Fixes. Did make it out of the blue zone last I knew, but should be taken down real quick, and at the same time, Magnus under a lot of trouble.
Just being the last place surviving, XGeneration, they've come a long way far. But for now, QWERTY, they are going to be the kings of the hills, as TUF, they're going to be fighting their way out through, as Pan is making a way towards the players of QWERTY, and he could just get sandwiched. But before that, Bashir and JD. In fact, JD is the one who fell down last, as XGeneration, they've been wiped out, and things look a little bit dicey for them for now, as 4v-TFT somehow have managed to keep themselves alive, but yet to make it inside the circle.
Exactly. 4v-TFT just barely holding on for dear life so far. They're surrounded by many dangerous teams. Rex on their left, QWERTY and H2E on their right. 4v-TFT, honestly, with nowhere to go, trying to show them their might. 420 boy, though, okay. Okay. I thought for a second man was still alive. I was like, okay. And then we saw the kill feed. H2E has been eliminated, not just from this lobby, but from this Super Weekend 3 as well. Should be fine. They're in that top 5, but is quite a big blow with respect to that momentum factor that we're going to be talking about coming into the Super Weekend. But that conversation for later. Right now, Fixes, it's all in this mountainous area as the circle starts closing in. Again, 3x in a brilliant spot, have the capability to make their Super Weekend 3 dreams come true.
And they've done this in the past, as 420 boy is just going to keep on rattling those bullets with his AKM, one after the other. He is finding knocks left, right and center up until the point to get the better out of 4VTFT, as TUF now find themselves a little bit of a situation against the players of North Esports, as Avenger, I believe, is the final player surviving around, and against Virus, as Virus is the one who's going to clutch it out for his team, just losing out on Thor. Will get to get that rest back on the remainder of his teammates, as the circle has sort of shifted towards no man's land, as Cronus, spotted out by Drolin, has taken some massive amount of damage. But is it enough to knock this player out, as Drolin is just gonna pepper the bullets away from his Mini 14. Very precise shooting from this lad.
Oh, and Virus catches out Teen Wolf with the nade in his hand. 3x caught scrambling with Clarity, trying to get into the picture and deny them that opportunity. TUF trying to help 3x out, but 420 boy with one single spray shuts down the dreams of 3x. Is this over for 3x right here, right now? It does seem to be the case, as Oreo, he has 1 HP, but he's still not dead. Okay, there he goes. Oreo will finally meet his maker, but top 5 with 6 elimination points, is it enough?
I hope so. I'm still gonna keep my fingers crossed right now, as TUF, they are dishing the entirety of whatever they have in their weaponry at the direction of regicide, in pursuit to get that extra one knock. I'm pretty sure they are loaded up on all those ammunition, just going as far, extending to try and get those knocks, but for now, the grounders, Shapatar has made it really close there, but eventually decided to just back out from that particular situation, as regicide, they finally have been eliminated, and courtesy to Team TUF, not surprised really.
Yeah, now look at this. Grounders gonna try to sneak into the circle and find Clarity while they're at it, but this is the second match in a row where Sensei has been caught off by himself, and his team will likely pay the price. With Sensei going down, an opportunity now for Clarity, not just to clean him out, but to take his position in the circle on that western front. But TUF, they spot them out, they're looking to capitalize. Edgar coming in for the spray, should have gone down on his lonesome, but the backup is there from Joker Sir, his teammate, and makes it a 1-for-1.
Oh yeah, because Clarity, they are engaging on two different fronts, right? Going after both these teams. As Shapatar, he's just gonna be the one holding himself all by his lonesome. As Clarity, they're gonna try and get the rest back up, at least on towards 420 boy. Still holding that high ground is gonna help them immensely, as the nades are being tossed, as Edgar gets knocked out again, courtesy to Zipion. Comes down to how Virus does put out this stronghold. Joker providing that quintessential cover fire from behind, as Trollin, not at the best of HP, still not shying away from taking those shots.
These teams, they have nothing to lose at this point, and they're playing with everything they have. TUF moving in for the kill. For them, this is just textbook, trying to get chicken dinner and just play their very best while they're at it. For Clarity, it's a moment of redemption to try and make a statement before they head into Super Weekend 3 that they might have had an off-league stage, but that's all it was. Now in this 1v1, Drolin trying to hold on, but he cannot. Virus finds the Beyond, and that's the end of Clarity. Though 14 elimination points, am I spotting that out right? Wow.
Yeah, yes, and the same goes for TUF, as now it is going to be a 2v2 situation. Zigsaw finally patching himself up. Shapatar trying to create that flank, but the advantage lies with the players of TUF, with Joker having that high ground, having control over that grenade. If he can land it perfectly well, now that could be the opening that they were searching out for. And how on earth does he remain unscathed?
Yeah. That's a question we're certainly going to have to ask ourselves. For Virus, still moving on aggressively, has a nade tossed on to his Jigsaw, forces him away from his spot, gets him to start scrambling. Now it is a 2v2 fixes, Joker and Virus versus Shapatar and Jigsaw, but the high ground advantage in favor of TUF is making it feel like a 4v2 almost, as TUF, they continuously rain down utility on Grounders and force them out of the open. And that's what Grounders have to do. The circle is in favor of TUF. Grounders somehow have to make a move together.
Oh, they certainly have to. But more than that, if they can just isolate Joker Sir, figure out his position, and then get the knock, then could completely change the tables around. As Virus is going to be taking a plunge of his own, utilizing the fish jump puck that we do have. But for now, Joker, he's got a slight idea as to where Shapatar could be. Finally, just breaking the silence. Virus trying to divert enough attention towards himself as Joker decides to pounce upon as Ziggs on pretty low HP. He's just gonna finish off as TUF get this chicken dinner. This time, not missing out on it with huge amount of kills. 16 elimination for this team, and they've up further. Gonna increase the leadership. I'm pretty sure they've got across that 100 mark. And wow, I mean, what a play, what a team TUF has really been.
Yeah, exactly. TUF, they've been absolutely phenomenal, man. Because you have to remember that coming into a second Super Weekend, they weren't really a team on our radar. They put themselves on our radar in that second Super Weekend, but you were still left with the question. Is this a one-time show? Is this somewhat of like that Quantum Rage Super Weekend form we saw, or the H2E Day 1 of Super Weekend 2 form we saw? And TUF just say, no, we're here to play, we're here to be consistent, and they have delivered again and again and again. But I'm still a little scared, because when you're so close to this Super Weekend 3, I mean, leave that aside. The grand final really for them, you got to make sure this form continues.
Oh yeah. I think it's the grand finals that they will have their eyes set at. But I think it was a pretty very well organized gameplay by their side. And with every single game, they're starting to gain so much confidence as they're not just scared of the lobby. Who come whoever may, they have been taking down everyone. And it's not just, you know, them feeling it, right? It's not just about that. It's also about the mechanical plays that they've been putting in, those little rotations, which we are going to talk about after this short little break.
Go!
It's your chance
to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
The Oppo F21 Pro in all its might and glory here, and I've been trying to get a few connections over here because I mean, I want to be that early bird to get my hands first at it, but hopefully I've got to wait for some time. For all the Pakistani viewers out here, it is April 11th when it is gonna launch for you guys, so surely might want to check that one out as we take a look at the MVP. As it is going to be none other than Joker, right? This lad, I mean, whenever you talk about TUF, I think Edgar is one of the names that really promptly pops up, right? But Joker has been making so much noise, you know, just forcing us, you know, talk about me, guys, talk about me. He's been getting 7 finishes, 6 finishes. He's been doing it all here.
Yeah, exactly. Joker has looked in absolutely phenomenal form, and joining him is several member of TUF, right? We've seen this from Virus.
9 eliminations, what?
Right. Yeah, I'm a Virus, 9 eliminations. Really, being that clear duo for Joker, I'm curious to see how many of those eliminations were his own knocks later in the match summary. But similarly for Clarity, man, look at that domination. 420 boy, Drolin with 5 each. Zibian and Teen Wolf, I believe, with 2 each. Clearly Clarity, they didn't get the chicken dinner, but they made a statement.
Oh, they certainly did, and it was much needed, right? Especially when Clarity were at just 40 points, right? And they had a point to prove. But taking a look at the head-to-head against between Team TUF and the Grounders, clearly TUF have been the better team, and by far margins, I must say.
Yeah, exactly. By a long way, I feel like TUF are just, not just in this particular match, but throughout this day, TUF have looked like honestly the best team out there. But I say that with the honestly and with a pinch of salt, because we could see what SALTxi8 was trying to do, you know. They're just trying to contest between each other for the MVP slots, but they're gonna have to watch out, man. Virus, Joker, even Ash for that matter, are giving them a run for their money.
Oh, certainly is, but you know, I believe for VTFT they haven't done enough, and maybe we might not witness them with us in the next Super Weekend. So I think the revelations are going to be made in just a wee while. But for now, let's take a look at the match rankings. As FMR3D 52x Rage, they just got bounced and got wiped out pretty early on, and for the other teams as well, you know, my eyes are looking out for teams like XGeneration just ending out with 3 points. 3x, I mean, they've done a pretty decent job, you know, 12 points for themselves. Now, the big question is it enough? Is it enough to, you know, topple over Quraysh? Because Quraysh clearly are watching this, and they literally have their hearts right out of their mouths.
Yeah, Quraysh are just hoping for dear life that these teams haven't made it. Now, we know XGeneration doesn't have enough, but for 3x, do they? That's the question. Actually, even for XGeneration, I believe they're tied with Quraysh at 40 points, so maybe those placements and eliminations come into picture. And man, it would be really sad for Quraysh if that's the case, and if they're all tied and Quraysh don't make it, because if you remember week 1, that's exact same thing that happened. They missed it by that tiebreaker. That's gonna hurt if it happens.
I think it was Star that they had to contest with. You know, I've got to check that up very quickly, because I really feel that was the case. Yes, it was. I believe with Star. Yes, it was 42, and Quraysh missed out then. But if it does happen for the second time, you know, they're gonna lose a lot of strands of hairs out from their heads. But yeah, I think overall, if you talk about how the last game really panned out, it was all about how you know, how ridiculous the circle shifts were, right? The circle sort of started off in the southern side, and we sort of expected, you know, a lot of teams to be going towards the southern side, but then it started eventually getting a little bit towards the northern side. But again, not quite an eventful start for freestyle. I think they were the ones who were taking shots at MetershotxSKY, and look at the irony. The next moment they just get taken down by them. So clearly you need to understand that yeah, you do have the freedom to take shots, but make sure you've got some cover to play around with, and not right out in the open.
Yeah, exactly. That's crucial, right? You've got to make sure that whichever moves you're doing are covered on all manuals, because especially with the volatile lobby that this was, with a lot of teams really just happy to be a little more trigger happy on their gun fingers, you know, be happy to continuously take fights wherever they want. You cannot leave yourselves exposed, because you could see even for Star in a situation like that where they were caught against the mountain, it was just easy pickings for 3x, and it's these easy pickings that are making all of us and Quraysh a little nervous coming into the rest of this match, because surely Quraysh is wondering, did 3x do enough? I mean, I'm sure 3x is also wondering, did they do enough? We'll find out real quick.
I think they've already done their calculations, right? I think they know what has happened. But oh, all right. I just realized we're on a 15 minutes delay from when the viewers and Quraysh will get to see that, and that will sort of decide their fate. So it's all right. You know, still hearts are pumping. But I think, wow, I mean, look at TUF, the confidence that is oozing out of their body, which will be reflected even in the damage graph. And look at the players, all in smiles, you know, they've worked hard for it. And when it pays off, you got to be happy about that. But for now, I mean, the two big teams in this particular lobby was surely TUF and Clarity. Well, 3x for a moment, you know, they could have gotten more finishes, right? Especially could have gotten a few out of OVTFT, because I could see 8 finishes there, and they had 2 before that. So could have been a 10 finish game for them, but it is just 6 finish points along with 6 position points. So 12 points have been accrued. the question is it enough? That is what we're gonna find out in just a while.
Yeah, is it enough indeed, Fixes? Because at this point, really, for all of these teams, that question is going to result in their fate for the rest of PMPL. 3 weeks of intense hard work put in all to try and make it to the grand finals, but for a few of them, the journey will be over before they even have a chance of getting it going. And that, I mean, to be fair, like, it is the battle of the best, so you have to become the best to do it. But still, as neutral observers, you feel a little bad for the teams that are not able to make it.
Yeah, but again, you know, you get to learn a lot, right? Learn from your mistakes, especially for teams like Quraysh coming in, 3x coming in, the new guns, the top guns, you know, qualify it all from the qualifiers, make a statement over there. It was such a difficult task, right? But still they've managed to do so. And as we head along, as we could clearly see, take a look at the teams that have made the cut. And I do not see any Quraysh
or 3x
or 3x Esports.
Huh?
Maybe it was
XGeneration is there though.
Yes.
Oh my god! It is the tiebreaker. Oh no. Oh no, that's gotta hurt, man. That is gotta.
Oh, for sure. And I think 4VTFT and H2E are the next two ones that will not be joining us also. But at the same time, I think we've got to take a look at how, you know, these teams have fared off, right? 4VTFT with just 95 points, and which could also mean the end. As you could see, it is such a heartbreak, man.
Yeah, and that's potentially 3 teams that we've lost. I say potentially though, again, because TMW is quite far behind, so it might give respite to teams like 4VTFD that there is still a chance, but for teams like 3x, it's over because they're in the bottom half. Even Quraysh, for that matter, I believe they only have about 70 or 80 points, so not very far away from the teams that are in the bottom 4 trying to make it to them. But in that regard, I think really a team that has stood out for us in this week, in a weird way almost for me, is Regicide, because they're kings of Miramar. I get it, but is that really enough to get themselves qualification into the finals with this Super Weekend 3? I'm not so sure.
You know, to be honest, this conversation with Regicide, right? Like you said, you know, had they been something like MetershotxSKY, you know, they be the kings of Erangel, they could have been understood, right? Because you do have the majority of the games played in Erangel. But with Miramar, it's one of the off maps. We do not get to see a lot out of it. But yeah, I think if Regicide have made sure that this is their go-to map, then they've got to make sure that every time it is Miramar, they at least, you know, have a success rate of 60% or above. And in the remainder of the maps, you've got to make sure that you do have a decent position finish, if not the best, you know, finish, rather kill finish. Right? That is what they have to focus on. But for Regicide, I mean, I still find themselves struggling to find their groove. Yeah, of course, they're really good in Miramar. No doubts, no second thoughts about it. But we did witness their fall when we had a lot of Sanhok games, right? Sanhok is, again, one of the areas that they have to work out for. But these are the teams, right? Again, 3x Esports and Quraysh. Everyone was just tied, CA.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God, that's gotta
just
hurt.
The position points.
And yes, exactly. It's again only the points. Again, only the placement points. Because even in week 1, Quraysh had eliminations in the bag, but not placement points. And it's one thing to miss a super weekend because of it. It's another thing to be potentially missing finals altogether because of that. I do certainly feel bad for Quraysh. And 3x for that matter, man. Even they were tired.
3x Esports, I mean, of course, we're going to talk a little bit about them later on because we do have TUF to talk about. You know, Joker clearly has been the standout player of today's evening, has managed to get 15 kills all by his lonesome. And you add these numbers up, I'm looking at 38 finishes for this team and shows how devastating these boys are. 2600 points of damage, for Joker. But yeah, the conversation coming down to 3x Esports particularly, because in Miramar they had the choice, they had the chance here, and they're gonna be having nightmares of not making it through this super weekend, because had they done it, they would have played their first finals, and what a debut season it would have been for these young guns. But there's always tomorrow, and there's with that does come hope to see them in the future stages of the tournaments that will come up. But before that, we're gonna have a look at the elimination leaderboards, which is being ruled by King Crypto, the king of the Pakistani region, as he's oozing royalty out of him, as his teammates not really quite far behind. But look at how Joker has been making his mark this time. 76 finishes already, and he does not seem to stop.
For now, that's the question though. Can he continue the form that, like you said, King Crypto has got himself in? I mean, Crypto doesn't care. He's like, I get into lobby, I'm gonna get a few along the way. It's just a matter of fact, habit really at this point. But in this page 2 is where we get to see the most amount of diversity fixes. We still see Uzum, a player from SALTxi8, of course, but then the rest you've got 4 VTFTs. Ash, for example, a team that isn't even able to step up, showing that individual brilliance, and I think really catching the eye of many people out there.
Oh yeah, and as we take a look at today's summary, clearly has been one of the best days that TMW could have, asked for. Pretty consistent finishes from their side, but TUF, they've just been a cut apart this time. The revelations, I must say. Every single tournament we have a certain team that steps up above everyone else, and for me, at least this week around, it was TUF. Comments to these players. I really look forward to see more out of them in the third super weekend, which will eventually be carried forward to the finals. And I think it was also a very important day for teams like FMxR3D. They also had to get those crucial chicken dinners to still keep them out of harm's way, right? They were still in a good contesting position, but yeah, that chicken dinner sort of sealed it, right? You got a stamp on it, and they knew that yes, their job was done. And I think with that, even our league play days are over of the PMPL. What lies in front of us, CA, is just the third super weekend, and then we're talking about the finals, baby.
Yeah, so close yet so far is what it feels like for me. I can only wonder what it feels like for these players, because they're bound to be feeling the pressure, man. But hey, that's the way we like it. That's the way we want to see it. And if you want to see it too, make sure you follow us on all of these handles. Follow, subscribe, you know the gist of it. Make sure you get it done.
Oh, you certainly. And while you're at it, while you are getting all the following jobs done, do not forget to check us out as well, CA Cast and Fixes Cast. It's been a long night today, but such a heartbreak for me, to be honest. At least feels bad for 3x Esports, so close to their dreams yet so far away. That being said, of course, ladies and gentlemen, we are done with all the matches of the evening. We're going to be calling it a night. We're going to be taking a day off, and we're going to see you day after with the action from the third super weekend.
Yes.
गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे ठा ठा करके
बड़ी स्ट्रॉन्ग पंगा लिया नी तू मुंडे नाल रॉन्ग मेरे उत्ते तेरा चलना नी टैक टैक दिल रखा विच बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट मुंडा देसी ना मैं बर्गर बॉय बंदा मार देवा पुछदा नी वाई टेलीस्कोप विच होया जेड़ा फोकस हेडशॉट निशाना एडा चौकस मैं किया पैराशूट ते like I'm falling on a flop जीवे तेरी सोचा तो अब जीवे तेरा चलना ही
अखियां ना मारे कुड़ी चा करके गोली अखियां ना मारे कुड़ी चा करके गोली अखियां ना मारे कुड़ी चा करके गोली अखियां ना मारे टा टा करके
Oh boy, don't cry. तेरी बातों से तू लगता है हाय कर ले तू चाहे जितनी भी ट्राई तेरे जैसे कई आए I'm a queen, मेरा सीन करे बात मेरी I'm16 Knock out करूँ दिल I'm so mean तू भी बचेगा नहीं कर ले यकीन तेरी गेम को मैं रूल करूँ ऐसी बातें ना फजूल करूँ बिना चिकन देना कभी हार ना कबूल करूँ कभी हार ना कबूल करूँ
तेरी अखियां दी गोलियां भी सह गया तेनू लगेया कि तेरे ते मैं रह गया and you thought you knocked me out मैं तो समझ बंद करन लई बह गया एडा सौखा नहीं कुड़ीए हराना मैनू 10 साल तो मैं जानदा ज़माना मैनू मेरे लिखने दा एहो जिहा स्टाइल जिवें हत्थ विच पड़िया मैं PUBG मोबाइल टा लिखा गाने राउंड जिवें खाली करा गल सीधी करा ना ख्याली करा मेरा स्वैग देसी मुंडा मैं ओरिजिनल कदी फ्लैक्स कुछ बन के ना जाली करा बैकी है पैराशूट ते like I'm falling on a flap जीवे तेरी सोचा तो अब जीवे तेरा चलना नहीं वाली
अखियां ना